Zingers, welcome back to another episode of PreMarket Playbook, and happy Friday. I'm your host, Kevin Dubrisky, covering for Ryan today again. We're going to have a great day. Hit that like button if you're ready to make some money. We've got a great show in store for you. We have our Lucky 13 joining us at 8:45, and we also have the best Anne-Marie joining us at 11 to do some analysis as well. So we've got a big show. 8:30, we have retail sales, and then at 10 o'clock Eastern, we have Michigan consumer sentiment. So we do have a lot of big economic data coming out. So make sure you stick around because Pre-Market Playbook starts right now. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Crispy, Tyler, Ozzy. What's up? Lambo, Cad, Ann. Good morning. Shan Lu, Ryan. Good morning. Bernard, Son, Zach. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to you all. I hope you're ready to make some money today. We absolutely killed it yesterday. We had that great wolf call out. I think there was also XPON, APON. There was another good ticker we had yesterday as well. Good morning, Dino. What's going on, everybody? I hope you guys are ready for a great day. We'll do some analysis. We'll cover some markets, movers, and futures. Hope you're ready. Good morning, guys. Nope, this is Kevin covering for Ryan today. What's up, Adi? And Kit, what's up, SJ? Good morning. Good morning. Guys, we'll break it down. We'll go into our morning update. We'll see what pre-market indexes are moving, what economic data we have coming up. We do have two major events coming up today at 8:30 and at 10 o'clock. Good morning, Christian. Good morning. Good morning. Guys, Ryan is enjoying a nice vacation, a nice long weekend, hitting the golf ball. So that is awesome. Yo, good morning, Brent. What's up, man? Hope you guys are ready for another great day. Great way to go into a good weekend, everybody. So drop your favorite ticker. Let me know what you guys have been trading, and let's get the show on the road. Let's see. Awesome. So guys, the morning update, as I mentioned before, we do have retail sales at 8:30. So if you're in a pre-market trade, if you're in futures, you're in a penny stock or something you are able to exit, we are most likely better off stepping out of that trade before we get some type of economic news like retail sales. So that's at 8:30 today. That is in about 27 minutes. We also have our, where is it? It doesn't say it on here, but I do believe we had Michigan consumer sentiment today. We could double check on that. Yeah, we do have Michigan consumer sentiment as well. JOBY news, we'll take a look at that too. We have some great articles to cover today, guys, with some big movers. We've got some Buffett news, Bill Ackman news, Dan Ives news. Guys, we're hitting all over the place today. So let's go into some pre-market indexes. So here's our SPY or QQQ. So they're pretty flat overnight, sort of the same price action that we saw when the market opened yesterday. The overnight session wasn't giving us much direction. We were pretty range bound, but we are slowly trying to make our way higher. We are in a pretty strong bull market. Let's see, we could take a look at some upcoming IPOs. We have NUTR coming out. Price minimum is 4, maximum is 5. Analyst initiations is PGEN. This is one I believe we have been looking at, an AMAT, guys. So they actually, that's Applied Material. They had earnings and they did not do too hot. So that's another article we'll be covering. Guys, good morning, everybody. Make sure you're hitting that like button and we're ready for a great day, guys. So top earnings for today, we don't have anything too crazy. KG, SGML, SY, FUFU, nothing crazy on that matter. So we're going to go right into some articles and see what's going on in the markets. So S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade mixed. So what do I mean by that? Well, just like I was saying before, our overnight sessions haven't been giving us clear direction. They've been staying pretty range bound. So we want to be patient for our New York session to open to see if we could get any type of direction. United Health is also one to take a look at, especially with Berkshire Hathaway. So he had a 13F filing that revealed he has purchased some United Health. We'll cover that in just a moment. And 180 Life Science and Intel are all in focus. Intel is not in focus for earnings like most of these others, so keep an eye out for that. U.S. stock futures were fluctuating on Friday following Thursday's mixed moves. Futures of major benchmark indices are mixed. And guys, don't forget, we had PPI yesterday. Yo, good morning, ATL Russ. Good morning, good morning. So a hot producer price index report raised question about September's rate cuts at the overall producer basket rose 3.3%. Guys, that is hot. They were expecting 2.7 to 2.9%, came in at 3.3% on an annual basis compared to July 2024. The PPI index for final demand, excluding food, energy, and trade services, moved up 2.8% for the last 12 months ended July. Now, as for Intel, President Trump called on Intel Corp CEO Lip-Bu Tan to resign after Senator Tom Cotton raised concerns about his potential ties to China. We all know how Trump likes his China. This came after Tan met with Trump on Monday in what appears to have been a productive meeting. Later in the Truth Social post on Thursday, Trump said that Intel CEO is highly conflicted and must resign immediately, adding that there is no other solutions. So our president, President Trump, throwing a lot of shade at a CEO of a huge company like Intel. We want to take a look at the company. We want to take a look at the stock and see what's really going on here. Meanwhile, the 10-year Treasury bond yielded 4.28%, and the 2-year bond is at 3.72%. So just some things to keep an eye on. It is important to keep an eye on those bonds if you do trade SPY or QQQ as well, and even gold. Now, as for Buffett, guys, Buffett reveals, so his Q2 13F filings just came out. Now, for those who don't know what a 13F filing is, I put out a great little slide for you guys. So what are they? What's going on, guys? I'm going to tell you soon, Bear. We got a article on that. So 13F filings are SEC required quarterly reports for institutional investment managers with 100 million plus. It discloses long equity positions, certain options, and convertible bonds. It does not show you short-term or intraday trades, just so you know. Why they matter, transparency into hedge funds and big money holders. But guys, something really important about 13F filings is they're due 45 days after the quarter ends. So Q2, that's due August 14th, which was yesterday, hence why they came out yesterday. So those moves might have already happened. So something to be aware of. Don't jump in blindly when we see a 13F filing hit the market. But let's go over some that Buffett has shown. So legendary investor Warren Buffett revealed new investments in several stocks during the second quarter, with the latest 13F filing on Thursday showing that Berkshire Hathaway's portfolio looks like as of June 30th, 2025. So they have these were some new positions. Lennar Corporation, LEN, 7 million shares. Nucor Corporation, 6 million shares. Here's our United Healthcare. That's up now 10% after hours. 5 million shares. Yo, good morning, Yassine. DR Horton Inc., 1.4 million. And they also have some other portfolio changes. So check this out. He completely dumped T-Mobile. So he sold all of his T-Mobile position. There is no more T-Mobile owned by Berkshire Hathaway. They dumped almost half of their Charter Communication. That's ticker CHTR. Apple, looks like they sold about 7%. Bank of America, they sold about 4%. And here's some others that they also added. So 136% to Pool Corporation. That's POOL. That's actually one I would want to take a look at, because 136% plus, that tells me they did have some confidence in it. So we'll take a quick dive at Pool, and we'll go to our daily time frame and see that, okay, well, check this out, right? If they invested 45 days ago, we could take a look, use our measurement tool, find our 45 days ago. It's going to be somewhere over here. So they bought somewhere down here. We haven't had the biggest move yet. They've definitely had a nice return. Let's say they bought down here. They've definitely had a good 10, 12% return, but it definitely, in my opinion, could have some ways to go. This is Pool, could be a possible long-term hold position. This is a heavily purchased stock by Berkshire Hathaway. So definitely interested in that. We'll come back if you guys do want to cover the rest of these stocks. Let's go over to Bill Ackman. He also had his Q2, his 13F filings released on Thursday as well. Guys, good morning, everybody. Hope you're all excited for a great day. We're going to run through these articles, see what's going on, see who's investing into what. We also have some on Applied Material. That one was a big one that a lot of people were betting to do good during its earnings, and it ended up taking a hard hit. So we'll take a look at that. Meta also facing some scrutiny, so we got to see what's going on, guys. And then we'll mark out some levels. We'll bring on our Lucky 13 to see what's going on in our movers. We'll have a great day. So legendary investor Bill Ackman is boosting his bets on several Magnificent 7 stocks, according to a 13F filing. Thank you, Russ. I appreciate that, guys, always. So Ackman's Pershing Square Capital Management revealed its changes made to its stock portfolio during the second quarter on Thursday. Like we said, that's the 45th day after that Q2 earnings. Yeah, nothing really popping. It's only 8 o'clock right now, 8:11. So we got some time to cover these articles. So we're properly educated going into the market. And we're not just sort of swinging for the fences and hoping for the best. We'll have some knowledge backing our actions. So here is how Ackman was able to add. Looks like he added 21% of Google, which is a pretty big add. It's a very large company. We all know this. Hertz Global Holding, that's HTZ, added 2%. Hilton Worldwide Holdings, 1%. But he also added a new stake of 5.8 million shares of Amazon. So that's a pretty big move right there. But again, this is from 45 days ago. So if we looked at the Amazon stock right now, I'm sure 45 days ago was a much better entry price than where we are right now. So let's use our measurement tool. We'll draw it back about 45 days. And there is our, okay, so 45 days is right here. This would be our 45th day. Now remember, if it was our Q2 13F filing, that means though they could have entered the trade anytime during the Q2. So yes, it's 45 days since that Q2 ended, but where's the Q2 begin, right? So they could have filled, again, somewhere way over here, which would have given him a much better entry point, a 13%, 14% gain right now versus if we tried to go along up here. So I would be patient on something like Amazon. We could always mark it up on the daily time frame here as well to get some points of interest and some support. So something I'd like to see on Amazon is if it could return back to the 220 area right down here and create a higher low. So we'll delete some of these broken levels. I would like to see if Amazon, as we see, we rallied, pulled back, created a higher low right here. Now I'd like to see if we could possibly pull back again, create another higher low, and that would be our entry for a swing trade to target new highs. Absolutely, guys. Oh. I know, we got to get some sound effects in here, man. Producer, do we have any built-in sound effects? Let's see. Let's pull back to our articles. So here's Ackman's top holdings. If you guys want to take a quick, brief look at that. Oh, boo. We'll get a soundboard in here next time, guys. We'll also start taking bets on what color tie. You know, wear the purple Powell tie next time. Uber Technologies, 21% of the portfolio is Uber. That's pretty big. Let's actually take a look at that. That's major. 21% of Ackman's portfolio is Uber. That tells me he's got enough confidence in it to make it 20% of his portfolio. Looking at Uber right now, you know, obviously, like we said, if we're always looking back, that was probably a better time to buy. It's looking like we're continuing higher. Uber has made an all-time high recently on July 9th, so it is pretty close to it. This is one that I might actually want to keep an eye on today. Let's see. He has Amazon is 9.3%. He has Howard Hughes 9.3%. I think that's actually just how much they were adding to it. Where it says right here 21% of portfolio, that means it's 21% of his actual portfolio. These 11%, 9.3%, these are where, you know, he's adding 9% to his position. So let's check out Dan Ives. Dan Ives had something to say about Apple's AI strategy, calling it a complete disaster. And I sort of can't agree with him anymore. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments about Apple's AI strategy right now, because in my opinion, there is no strategy. A lot of other companies, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, they're practically turning into AI companies. Amazon is not really turning into an AI company, but they're incorporating it. They're creating their own AI models. Apple has really been lacking in that field. We haven't really been seeing an Apple AI. They've been trying to integrate OpenAI, which is ChatGPT, but that's not their own AI, so they're going to have to pay for that. So how can Apple jump into the AI industry and start making money off of it, just like the rest of them are? So I definitely have to say I agree with Dan Ives on Apple's AI being a little bit of a disaster. So let's see. So speaking on Bloomberg Tech, Ives described Apple's AI strategy as a disaster and said the company is being overtaken by rivals such as Microsoft, Google, Meta, and Nvidia. Sort of like I just mentioned, right? These are big companies that are way ahead of the game in terms of AI than Apple is. He criticized Apple's internal AI development, noting that products like Siri have failed to impress. Absolutely, guys. I feel like Siri is really behind in the time. So we want to see, can Apple make a big jump going forward? Nothing's going to happen internally, he said when asked about how much better Siri needs to be, adding it's not happening internally, and there's no one on the street that believes any innovation is coming out of Apple when it comes to AI organically. Again, that's a definitely big hit on Apple because AI is the thing right now. AI is huge. AI, it's almost like when we were in the dot-com bubble. This is the AI time, right? So for Apple to really be missing on this is one of the main reasons Apple is one of the few large caps that weren't making all-time highs when we had that rally from April. Look at this. We had this rally from April, and a lot of companies, Meta, Microsoft, I think even Amazon got close. They rallied towards those all-time highs. Apple rallied, but then it stalled out right near 215 for over a month or two right there. So we definitely want to be careful on something like Apple. It has found some steam the past week or so. So we could see that we have good volume following it on the daily, and we could look to see if we could have some continuation. So we'll keep an eye on Apple today as well. Pharma Bro, guys, we're going to be looking at some articles, covering them, and then we will get to all the tickers you guys would like to look at. Just make sure you hit that like button, and we're ready to make some money today. So Pharma Bro, Martin Shkreli, it's a fun name. Martin Shkreli shorts Newegg. You guys, Newegg, I believe, was one that we looked at yesterday after 13.38% rally. Calls it close to worthless. Okay, so former hedge fund manager Martin Shkreli announced on Thursday that he has shorted Newegg Commerce, following the e-commerce retailer's massive 1,338% surge this year, dismissing the company as fundamentally overvalued. He's taken a short position, nicknamed Pharma Bro, for his controversial pharmaceutical pricing practices. Some of you might not know. I personally didn't know either until our fantastic producer told us a bit about him, how in the past he purchased some pharmaceuticals, medications, and then overpriced them extremely. So not the best guy we want to be taking advice from or be looking at, but he is a former hedge fund manager. He has had some good callouts and trades in the past. We cannot knock that. Even if the company has no cost, it would be overvalued. Shkreli stated, unfortunately, it does cost money to run the business, but even with significant cost cutting, shares would at best be worth $50. So let's take a look at NEG real quick. NEGG. Wow, okay, $128. Now, this is not something I would short right now, because right now, all I see on the chart is a slingshot. The market is flying. This NEG flying to the upside. I would wait till we get some type of price action that looks like this, where we stall out. If we get a stall out somewhere between like 130, 150, then we could look for a short position with him because he's massively short and look for us to continue lower. So those were a few things I would look for on NEG, NEG, and that is because of the Benzinga article that we just covered from the Pharma Bro, Martin Shkreli. Now let's cover applied material. This is a big one as well. Guys, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. I hope you guys are ready to have a great trading day. I know I am. We'll cover up these articles real quick. We could even go over some futures if you guys would like, and then we will bring on 13 and we'll go over some movers. So Applied Materials beats Q3 earnings estimate, warns of bumpy start to Q4. Outlook disappoints. So this is where a lot of people might get confused. They go, oh, well, we beat Q3 earnings estimate. Why did they go down? Well, it warns of a bumpy start to Q4. That's already a red flag for investors. Investors hate red flags. And then the outlook disappoints. Another major red flag. Once we have two red flags, some people think like baseball, right? 3 strikes and you're out. When it comes to a stock or a company, 2 strikes and that company's probably taking a hit. I think TTD has a lot of potential on the upside. How much worse can we'll take a look at TTD. I see a lot of people mentioning it in here. We will definitely take a look at that. Yo, good morning, Maverick. What's up, guys? So Applied Materials reported third quarter revenue of 7.3 billion, beating analyst estimate of 7.22 billion. Applied Materials expected fourth quarter revenue of 6.7 billion, plus or minus 500 million versus estimate 7.3. So they're definitely starting to decline here. The question is why, and are they going to be able to make a comeback? So let's see. AMAT is down today. Earnings reported. So we saw 7.3 versus 7.22. Total revenue was up 8% year over year. Gross margin was 48.8% in the third quarter, and the company ended the period with 5.38 billion in cash and cash equivalents. We are expecting a decline in revenue in fourth quarter, driven by both digestion of capacity in China and non-linear demand for leading-edge customers, giving market concentration and fab timing. So they're definitely not looking too confident in their own company, and that's a huge red flag. Again, when it comes to somebody that's invested in a company, beating earnings is great, but if they have a bumpy road ahead, that's not something that we would want to be a long-term investor in. If anything, that's something we would want to keep an eye on going forward to see if that bumpy road gives us a good buying opportunity. Because guess what? That bumpy road that we're seeing, and we'll pull up AMAT right now, and I'll show you guys exactly what's happening. So look at this, guys. It was trading at 188 yesterday. Now it's opening today at 162. That's down over 13% AMAT right there. Yo, good morning, Big Bear Hug. What's up? PANW. We could take a look at that soon, too, for sure. Guys, keep your tickers ready. Once 13 comes on, we'll get the ball rolling. Let's see. If AMAT gives me a 50% discount, I'll load the truck line. I like that, man. So look at right here. So let's do some analysis on AMAT here on the daily time frame, right? So let's mark out some highs, some lows, and some areas of support and resistance. So right here, I see this was a pretty valid area of support and resistance. We could mark out down here. This is another area that I see price respected when it was below it, and then when it was above it. This is a really strong area, and this is where we're looking to open right now. So on something like AMAT, I would actually look to see if we could find support off of this 163, 160 price level and see if we do want to trade back to the top of this range. Because remember, we have to think that right now with earnings, and we're gapping down very strong, a lot of people who were invested in AMAT or a lot of people who were in calls on AMAT going into earnings, they're getting crushed. So they're going to open, market's going to open, they're going to have to exit their position. That's going to add exit liquidity. So we could see if their exit liquidity is enough to hold markets and enough volume to give us a reversal and hold this range. So AMAT, I would like to see hold above 160 to make its way back towards that 192 area. UNH, yeah, we could definitely go over UNH. That's one that Berkshire Hathaway, guys, is now a big holder in. So check this out. Berkshire Hathaway unveils second quarter. United Healthcare, 5 million shares. So let's take a look. UNH. So UNH, I actually used the measurement tool in the past to show how big of a drop we had from all-time highs. So we came from highs of 630.73 to lows of, well, now we've gone even lower than that. Wow, check that out, guys. 234, over a 62% drop on United Healthcare. Now, United Healthcare is not, I know, holy cow is right, Dino. So United Healthcare is not a company that we can expect to really go bankrupt or leave anytime soon. So this is something that I would definitely probably consider this as a discounted price. We could take a look at our weekly time frame to get a bigger view of the chart so we could see some more price action from the past. The next major pivot we do have to the downside is all the way down at 187 on United Healthcare. That would be insane. But seeing the selling pressure we have had, there's a good chance it could happen. The only way I would personally be okay with taking a long position, like a long-term position on United Healthcare, would be as if we can maintain and get back above this pivot right here at 326. If we could get back above 326, a long-term investment from there to new all-time highs would make for a pretty nice trade. Let's see. YouTube poll is up. Is the bottom in for UNH? That's a great question, guys. Is the bottom in for UNH, or are we going to see another drop? We could look to see if we have any support down here that we held. Nothing major sticking out. If we do market with our rectangle tool, I feel like the rectangle tool is one of the best tools we could use. This would be our support area. So again, I sort of want to see if we can make our way towards 225. It's key psychological level 225, dip below 225. I know a lot of people are going to continue to sell. Maybe that's where we get our reversal. At this moment, we have a gap up from 2 green days on United Healthcare, but I want to point something out, guys. Check out our daily volume. We had our reversal, right? And we'll call this a reversal with quotations around it, because the volume didn't pick up for the reversal. The volume picked up here for the sell-off. It did not pick up for the reversal back higher. So I would believe that there's a good chance we're going to fail. Didn't Buffett buy? Yep, absolutely. That's why we just covered United Healthcare, because Buffett reveals he just bought some United Healthcare. So long-term position-wise, like I was saying, it's definitely a good position, because we are, at the moment, 133% from all-time highs, guys. So if United Healthcare were to gain some traction behind it again and make its way back higher, that would be a long-term position of 130, even over 100% return on investment right there. So major, we will see. Yeah, Dino Luigi, the CEO assassin, sticks out a lot, who is partnered up. Oh, yep. Nope, definitely. We'll see, man. We'll see. Good morning, Ryan. What's going on, man? Yeah, we're gonna make some money. We'll take some clips for sure. Let's see if we got any other articles coming up. Here we go. We have our Meta faces congressional fire over leaked AI rulebook that allowed chatbots to flirt with kids. What in the world is going on? Meta, I see why the producer told me I could probably skip this one, but I feel like this is something that we gotta sort of know what's going on. Yo, good morning, Sideshow. What's up, man? I bet Buffett was eating up a lot of those. Oh, absolutely, man. I bet. Remember, we went over what the 13F filings were, and they're due 45 days after the quarter ends. So with that being said, 45 days after Q2, they're due August 14th. That's 45. That's a whole month and a half after they bought. So we got to keep an eye on that. Yeah, definitely a short Meta. Yeah, this is a very strange article. We'll go over it. We'll see what's going on. So Meta faces congressional scrutiny after media reports exposed internal policies allowing artificial intelligence chatbots to engage with children in romantic or sensual conversations and generate, we'll go with bad remarks. Raising investor concerns about regulatory compliance and brand reputation risks. Guys, in my opinion, I know this sounds horrible, and it definitely is horrible, but Meta being who they are and AI being what AI is, they're going to be able to fix this. This isn't something they can't fix. This is something that they could code into their AI to say, don't say A, B, and C. Don't do this with children. I mean, this is very simple stuff that should already be coded in there. But at this point, now that it's coming out and it's getting some headlines, now we should make sure that they could fix this. Retail sales data in 1 minute, guys. We got the best producer in town, always keeping an eye for us. So let's take a look at ES futures while we get our retail sales coming, and then we'll go over the report as well, and we'll also go over our Benzinga Pro, our news. But we want to keep an eye on futures, because futures are usually what gives us that volatility or that move. Now, retail sales doesn't give us the biggest move. It'll give us a little move, like maybe 10, 20 points. Right now, we're only in like a 20-point range on the ES. Things like Michigan consumer sentiment, those go really big. Yeah, hey, what's going on, Tom? We have the best Anne Marie coming on today. Mark Petruno, I don't think Mark is coming on today. Stick around, we will see. But yeah, we got some good stuff. We got 13 joining us soon. We have the man, Ryan, in the comments right now. Man, we're cool, guys. We are cool. All right, there's Michigan consumer. There's retail sales. Little lag coming into my chart right here. Like I said, it's not really giving us the biggest of moves, but we saw it instantly printed lower. Now it's printing higher. Just be patient on there. It was coded to. Yeah, well, I hope it wasn't coded to do those things. I would hope that it was just a missed, because we have to think too, guys. AI, artificial intelligence, it's intelligent. It's able to think of anything. It's able to answer almost anything. With that being said, there have to be some rules and regulations in it, or it will just do and say anything. So now that they see some issues, again, hopefully they are able to make some changes to that. They should be able to. ES not really giving us the best of movement, neither is the NASDAQ. Back to our articles, and we will have 13 join us too. Christopher saying he's too old to have AI flirt with me. Nowadays, kids can only flirt with AI. Kids can't talk to people anymore. Oh wait, let's see. USA core retail sales month over month prior was revised from 0.5 to 0.8%. Okay, so that's higher for retail sales. Let's see, this is a big one. USA core retail sales month over month July 0.3% versus 0.3% estimate. So it is on track. That's great. USA retail sales month over month for July 0.5% versus 0.6%. USA core retail sales month over month July prior revised from 0.5 to 0.8%. A lot of revises going on, guys. Really makes you question how proper and how strong and good this information is that we are getting. Fast food drives through all the AI. Yeah, fast food drive-throughs all have AI now, like Taco Bell, McDonald's, Burger King. They all got like AI. I don't know, Chick-fil-A, places like that. So many fast food guys. Fake news. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. So we go back to our stock market for today. I did want to keep an eye on Deere. This is one that Kramer actually mentioned the other day, so I was curious to see if it would be a good inverse position. He said he was buying it, thought it was a good buy on the dip. Where is DE? That's it. So let's take a look at Deere on the daily. So Deere on the daily had a pretty nice dip. Needs to trade the open, Zach. Ryan, man, I love it. I love it. Even on vacation, man. Traders are never on vacation. We're just trading somewhere else, right? Cool, man. All right. So here's our high and low of the current range I see on something like Deere, where we have our range right here between 470 to highs around 420. So would definitely look to see if we could hold this range. It is looking okay to hold. Yeah, guys, throw some tickers my way. I'll take a look at them before 13 gets on. If they are a mover, though, I would much rather wait for 13 to get on as well. We could take a look at some large cap stocks. I know people are Tesla investors. We could take a look to see some ranges on these equities as well. The Lion says, when I'm on vacation, I still come here and say, hey, there we go. That's what I'm saying, man. There is no vacation for traders. It's just trading somewhere else. Let's delete some old key levels. On Tesla, I would like to see, look at the buying pressure we have below 300. Every time Tesla dips below 299, buyers step us back higher. Every time buyers bring us above 340, we find some selling. So we do want to keep an eye on that. Yo, good morning, guys. Still in Lily. What's up, Big Bees? We'll take a look at Lily for sure. AMAT could be a voice today. We'll take a look at AMAT. We went over it before because they did have the Applied Materials had their earnings. They beat Q3 earnings, but they warned for a bumpy Q4, which is what gave us that big drop overnight. So we'll keep an eye on that. Flying shows up during vacation. I absolutely have to. That's great, Ryan. Yeah, Ryan canceled his morning coffee and golf for this. That is great. So let's look into, we can look back at AMAT. Let's actually cover Lily. LLY. Pretty big dip on Lily. I do like wherever you got. Hopefully you were able to buy on this dip down here. That's a great buying opportunity down there. PGen, let's see. PGEN will likely go up today. We'll see. We'll see. Ryan planned accordingly. That is awesome, guys. That is awesome. Guys, I hope you're ready for a great Friday, man. It's Friday. We're going to end the week green. We're going to end the week strong. We're going to end the week hitting that like button, guys. Make sure you hit that like button. We'll get the stage nice and ready for 13. It is 8:35. He'll be joining us soon. So let's take a look here. I want to take a look at the weekly time frame here on Lily, and the weekly time frame is telling me we had a major seller step in. Guys, do we have anything else we want to take a look at? Looking for that gap fill on Lily. We could take a look at the daily. I do like gap fills. I am a fan of them, but I do want to make sure we could find volume going into it. Now, the first thing I do see right here is this green candle. It did, in fact, have volume increasing. So Lily might be one that wants to start to run. I would like to see Lily above 700 to possibly target 720 and get back towards those 820 levels. That would be a great swing trade. Did anyone ever buy any IPWR? Is that a request, Ryan? Is Ryan giving us a request today? Ooh, look at this, guys. That's a nice range. Buy the low, sell the high type situation here as well. We can take a look at our Benzinga Pro and make sure, see our movers details, and we'll make sure we don't have any news on this one. Ryan, what was IPWR? IPWR. Let's see. So no news. IPWR ideal power reports. Let's see. And again, we could go over this with 13 as well. 13's always got a great breakdown, great analysis. Let's see any news coming up. Let's see. It does look like it had its Q1 earnings, reports Q1 financial results. This was August 15th. That is today, midnight. Let's see. When did they report? Release Q2 earnings. We'll take a look. We'll try to find that information on that for IPWR. Ideal power signal sales ramp in 2025 with expanded automotive and data center engagements. Fantastic. People looking for open, OPEN. We could take a look at that as well. I think open will go up and then when rate cuts will happen. Okay, cool. That's a good thought. We'll see. So open hedge fund manager Paul Tudor James bets big on Open Door, exits Disney, Broadcom, and Chinese stocks, trims exposure to Bitcoin, Alphabet, etc. And he's adding Open Door, and it looks like he's also adding AVGO as well. That's another company that I don't know if you guys have looked at recently, but AVGO is another big one. CRWV, CoreWeave, that's another huge one. Unfortunately, I do believe CoreWeave might have met its not met its high, but it might have ran up. Let's see. So yeah, CoreWeave took a huge dump recently. My thoughts are, guys, so CoreWeave was originally a huge, guys, Nvidia held 80% of its own stock portfolio was in CoreWeave since they IPO'd. So when they IPO'd, Nvidia was already an early investor, so they were probably able to get stock price at a much lower price. So because of that, their return on investment on this was probably upwards of hundreds of percentages, right? 500%, 600%. So I would think at some point, once they started seeing 400% return, 500% return, they started to exit their position up here, right? And that's what's giving us this big sell-off. We see heavy volume increasing to the downside here. They just reported earnings themselves. They had a miss. They had miss on earnings per share. Be careful with that. This is CoreWeave, CRWV. I actually covered this with Paul Meeks when we were covering the NVIDIA earnings report. This was way back in May, and I was saying, hey guys, keep an eye on CoreWeave. It had a nice rally. At this point, it moved like this. It didn't look like we were stalling out yet. I said keep an eye for us to target 150. It flew through 150, hit highs of about 187. Again, there's that 187 mark. I believe there was another stock, I think it was United Healthcare, that also had that 187 as a major key level too. Yep, 187 right there. So we got to get Snoop. I don't know if you guys would get that reference, the 187 reference, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Holding fly, FLY. Let's take a look at FLY. Feeling pretty fly for a firefly. Let's see. Give it one moment to pull up, and if it takes too long, we'll pull up our Benzinga Pro. Fantastic. I don't have patience. Benzinga Pro. FLY. Can we cover ACHR too? Of course we can. ACHR, you got it. So FLY Aerospace. Yeah, you see my trading view decided to freeze up. Let's take a look. We'll pull up our chart a little larger here. We'll pull up our daily first. 1D daily. Ooh, look at fly, man. Talk about a pop fly. Coming up to $49 a share right now. Volume started to come lower. Key level I have would be right at 49.11 for fly. I'd like to see if price could hold above that. Let's go now to our 1 hour. See what's going on there. We're not really getting a good move pre-market. Usually we would like to find a mover, so be careful with Fly. Sublime, oh, close. Close is a Snoop Dogg reference. Good try, Dino. It's funny, guys. I love it. Great community. You guys are a great audience. I just got to say. So what else are we looking at? ACHR. ACHR. That is Archer Aviation. Okay, this one's got a little bit of a move pre-market. Palantir is a great company, but the valuation is insane. Yeah, Palantir is something I would not touch at this point. Let's see. ACHR only up about 1.8% after hours. Mixed option sentiment in Archer Aviation with shares down 2.11%. But that was yesterday's news. Not seeing too much here. Let's see. Producer, did you see anything on ACHR that stuck out to you? UNDA cover cop. Undercover cop. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Big B's got the reference. Oh, I love it, guys. And Jody moved, so maybe we could take a look at JOBY. Let's see. We do have some. Look at this. A bunch of news articles coming up for Joby today. Wow, big move. Look at this. Let's check that out. Almost 10%. JOBY. This will probably be on our movers today. So we will come back to this with, yep, it's on our movers list. We'll come back to this with 13 when he joins us. Let's see. So Joby Innovation launches higher on successful flight between airports. Okay. Let's see. Aviation shares are trading higher after the company announced it has achieved its first piloted eVTOL air taxi between two public airports. Wow, okay, an air taxi, guys. That's pretty cool. I wonder if Jody Air Taxi. I wonder if we could see what that looks like. Could we do this? Producer, that's all right? I'll mute it. I guess this is their air taxi. Yeah, awesome. Cool. So we really gonna call it an air taxi? It's just a small plane. All right. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I was sort of hit with the unimpressed stick with this one. But the fact that they are trying, the fact that they are getting there, they're right. They're going step by step. This was step number one to go from one airport to the next. Okay, we'll give them that. ONDR PR adding an AI experts on board. Oh, that's awesome. Next stocks NBIS. Oh man, but producer, I really wanted ONDS because Ryan's hold me to. But we'll go with NBIS first. We'll save ONDS for when 13 gets on because I know that's one 13 wants to cover. NBIS. Are we seeing anything? It's not on the mover list. I don't see anything news-wise on it. I think I'm going to skip this one for right now. You don't have to. And I don't know, Ryan. What's ONDS? That is one that they told me on this. That is one that they love to trade. It's got good volatility in it, got good movement. NBIS, NVIDIA discloses increased CoreWeave stake of $3.96 billion. Is that a new stake in CoreWeave or is that a new stake in NBIS? Let's see. Oh, Palantir is perfect for 5, 10, 20 year out position. Thank me later. Oh man, Digital Dino with another great trade setup. I feel it, man. I feel it. Guys, hit that like button if you're ready. Markets are getting up soon. Oh, Zach, you're funny, man. I love it when you guys have a good sense of humor. Nebius eating CoreWeave's lunch and stepping into robo-taxi side hustle. Gotcha. So that's what's going on with NEBIUS. That is NBIS, the stock. Love on this. We might get screwed betting against Palantir long. Yeah, no, definitely don't bet against Palantir long. When it comes to trend being our friend, it's definitely trying to continue higher. Biggest issue is it's very extended. So I don't know about taking it long at this point. But, okay, this really doesn't want to open back up. I'll figure that back out in a little bit. Intel, yeah, we could cover Intel for sure. Yeah, Intel's actually a good one that I wanted to cover because the whole President Trump situation. NBIS, we could go over NBIS again for sure. Let's just cover Intel real quick because they did have that issue with Trump, and we'll even pull up the article one more time as well. I thought we had an Intel specific article. I know we had up here, this is where we covered that Trump was talking about them. President Donald Trump called on Intel Corp CEO Lip Bhutan to resign after Senator Tom Cotton raised concerns about his potential ties to China. Got to say it like Trump guys, to say China. This came after Tan met with Trump on Monday in what appears to have been a productive meeting. Later in Truth Social post, Trump said the Intel CEO is highly conflicted and must resign immediately, adding that there is no other solutions. So Intel ended up giving us a little bit of a reaction to that, right? No company is going to be happy about that. Well, Intel apparently was. Intel had a nice rally from $22 a share to about $24.50 a share. So we could see, could this be a buy the dip opportunity? Could this be a buy the news, right? Because sometimes when there's bad news, people think you're supposed to sell. Sometimes markets buy up on bad news. Monday news, yeah, old news, they have met again. Yep, caution with the Intel hype. Yeah, I definitely, again, this is one that I would need to see volume be a contributing factor for us to continue higher. We could throw up our volume profile right here and see that our point of control was much lower too. So because our point of control is lower, that tells me our volume was remaining to the downside. Because of that, I wouldn't want to take long positions because that tells me price is moving higher, but volume isn't accepting it. So there is a good chance we want to come back on this move. So that might also lead to a nice short position on Intel today if we want to break lower towards that previous day's point of control. Let's add another show. We will call it an awesome foursome. Ryan, 13, Anne Marie, and Kevin. Wow, dude, Tom, I love that idea. That is great. I know, guys. I love streaming on here with you guys. Would love to host some shows with Ryan as well. Get some good analysis going. Get some good price action going. It is 8:47. Hopefully, we get Mr. 13 joining us soon. Guys, make sure you're hitting that like button if you're ready to take some nice trades. I know I'm excited for a great trading day. And guys, I want us to hit 300 likes today. So make sure you run that like button up. Yesterday, you guys were amazing. We had 260 likes. Definitely up there with some of the most likes we've gotten. Definitely the most likes I've had on one of our shows here. So I want to see if we could break that today and hit 300. So this is Intel. Again, Intel is something I would definitely be considering to leave alone. Things that are more on my watch list would be things that are movers. So let's see. So PPSI open. We'll take a look at open one more time as well. That's something that a lot of people were asking about. We could also go over, let's see, RCAT, RCAT. It's another big one. Okay, so open had a pullback. That's great. That's what we like to see. A pullback is healthy in markets. So a pullback is what we want to see. We can go to our 5-minute chart to get a closer look at the price action. All right, let's see. 3D, you're absolutely right on that. You're absolutely right on that. So as we see, guys, if we were using the Fibonacci tool, we actually came right back. Do we have the Fib tool on here? Yes, we do. We came right back to our, it looks like it probably came back to our 78% on the Fib. Yep, right into our optimal trade entry. So guys, here's a little bit of a trade strategy for you all, something that you guys could learn, something you guys could use in your trading. When you use the Fibonacci tool, let's say this is our bull trend, right? So let's say we went higher and we were looking for a pullback entry. Okay, well then where could we find our entry? We could use fair value gaps. Fair value gaps would be these intervals in between these candles. But if we draw fair value gaps, we have too many. We can't really pinpoint a good entry. If we entered here, we would have been stopped out. If we entered on this one, we would have been stopped out. So what do? We could use the Fibonacci tool. We want to mark it from the high back down to the low. Actually, from the low to the high, because that's the direction we went, because this was a bull move and we were looking for a long entry. So you go from the low to the high. Now our optimal trade entry is going to fall between our 61 and our 78%. So whenever we're looking at a Fibonacci tool, guys, our 50% is sort of the best point for us. So if we're looking for a long position, the best entry would be anywhere under our 50%. If we were short, the best position would be anywhere above our 50%. So right now we were looking for a long. We had a fair value gap that lined up within our optimal trade entry. This would have been our A+ entry on open door right there. So that's a great strategy. That is the Fibonacci trading strategy, guys. Make sure you hit that like button. If you use the fib, hit that like. If you don't, better hit that like anyways. All right, guys, let's see. You guys got any other tickers you want us to cover? RUN has a banger. ER, we could take a look at RUN. Yes, sir. Me and producer spotted that like, pshoom. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, guys. I believe if you guys take a quick hold up, wait a minute. You guys hear that? It sounds like 13. I'll let you sip your coffee. You let me know when you're ready. Drum roll, please. What's up, Mr. 13? Hello and welcome.
Hey, good morning, Kevin. Good morning, chat. How's everybody this morning? How are you?
Dude, doing good, man. Doing good. How you doing, man? Happy Friday.
Oh, isn't it though? It's about to be an even better Friday. Let's get some money made here, folks. Hope everybody's having a good morning. You don't really get the idea of just how on I am when you unless you start seeing me sip my coffee. So next time you see me sip my coffee, don't wait for me. Just bring me on. People will get the idea then. Hey, what's going on, Zach? Yoda 13? Supposedly. Anyway, let's get this going. What do you want to look at first?
Whatever. Let's see. We're looking at RUN right now. RUN. Sunrun. Yes, sir.
What's going on with Sunrun today?
Let's see. Sunrun. I don't see any news from this morning. I do see Sunrun Securities. Oh, they had something yesterday, though, that looks pretty big.
Well, it looks like they got a price target raise by Wells Fargo and to maintain overweight. Sometimes that can, cause it. We also have a large amount of short interest. It looks like we have 29.23% with over 4 days to cover. Almost in the parameters, the exact parameters we're looking for. We do like to see more than 5 days to cover for a healthy short squeeze, but still should get some good movement here. I don't see anything either. Let's see what we got here on the chart. So looks like it did trade down to the 20-day SMA, and it's trying to recover off of that. I don't know if that's also part of the reason, but it seems like we're just kind of going sideways this morning. There was a bigger move down. So I don't. What is it that was interesting to folks on Sunrun today?
What was that? I'm sorry, cut out.
What was it that was interesting to folks in Sunrun today?
I'm not sure, guys. What were you seeing on Run this morning? And somebody asked, well, you guys let me know in the comments what you guys were seeing on Run. Somebody did ask, what was the tool I was using just before 13 came on? What they say? They said, what was the tool the other indicator you used with the fib? Oh, that was the rectangle tool. So you come over here to the rectangle tool and you could draw that wherever you want to make a zone. And that will like mark out a blue zone or whatever color you have for that. So you could say, okay, that's the area I want to see price react to. I was looking at a fair value gap. Now, a fair value gap is a price action pattern. It's basically a 3-bar pattern that shows 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars. It's a trend pattern. And when this 3rd bar and the 1st bar, their wicks don't touch, that leaves an imbalance right here. So right there would be our fair value gap. And that's how you find those. And you could find those with the Fibonacci tool for some A+ entries. I don't think I was using the volume profile yet this morning. I do think it was that tool. So that is that, guys. As for RUN, Run, Sunrun, anything on that?
Are you asking me a question?
No, I'm asking the audience too, because somebody mentioned it. Let's see. Somebody also mentioned, what's up, Brent? Good morning, Brent. What's going on? TIVC. It is continuous, and then PPSI. All right, we can take a look at those too. Listen, man. We host the shows, however, right? We want to look at the best show movers. We want to wait for Ryan 13 to join for the movers. So we can take a look at those. TIVC, Tivik Health System.
Oh, this has just got started, didn't it?
What's that?
This looks like about 20, 25 minutes ago this started running.
Yep.
What is this moving on here today? So healthcare equipment advances strategic engagements with U.S. government agencies at 2025 MHSRS, DoD's premier scientific forum for warfighter health and medical innovation. So advancing strategic engagements. So they're trying to move their fingers out into the government pockets, trying to get some money. It sounds like so. It doesn't really sound like there's any income happening off this headline. That seems to have all occurred yesterday when they reported their second quarter. Let's look and see. In their second quarter, looks like they had a spike on those earnings. No, I'm sorry, this is in the morning. No, it's not. It's in the afternoon. So it looks like they did have a spike, and then they just gave it all back and this morning or later on that evening. But here we are back trading above all that at 564. Let me go to a chart here.
You know, I'm not a big fan of this one, TIVC, because just the way it's moved. I mean, looking at the past, I mentioned yesterday how a chart looks like the VIX, VIX, right? And,
yeah.
You know, where it stays in a low range, and then it'll have a wild spike, but that spike does not live through. So that's happened countless times on the stock. I mean, back when it was trading in the 3000s, it would go from 2800 to 4700, back down to 3100. I mean, this is not looking ideal. These are big moves. These are 250% to the upside, and then 80% to the downside. A lot of volatility in it. We could look to see how the New York session opens when that volume comes into the market. If we are able to sustain above 550, I would want to see that $6 mark. Other than that, I'm not really seeing anything ideal. You could possibly see 668 with some good volume too.
I see. Yeah, I like your whole point about this not sticking around too long, especially on days where it just has these one big pops and it just gives it all back the same day and then the following days. Based on the way that we have seen this in the past, and I'm going back to last year as well, this appears to get a little bit of a rally going out of the open, but then it gives that back and it continues lower. So I'd expect a lot of similar trading with that one today, TIVC, where we out of the open, we may just get a brief pop up to an unspecified number, and then we'll just start selling off. So that's what I would probably expect with TIVC, since that's demonstrated it as what it does whenever it has these pops.
Yep. Somebody asks, I'm just going to really quickly, somebody asks if I could show the volume tool and how to find it on TradingView. For sure. So the volume tool I was using, guys, is the anchored volume profile. So you're going to come over to the left-hand side where all your tools are. The one that shows long position, that's our forecasting projection. You come down to volume-based, and you go to anchored volume profile. You're going to click it. What's great with the anchored volume profile is it starts wherever you place it, and it is always updating. So if I wanted to look at this past week's or this whole range's volume profile, I could start it right here where we broke into this range. And now I have our volume profile, and I would use the low volume shelves as areas of support. All right, but that is the volume profile. Somebody was just asking for that. Got to make sure we get that all done. And guys, make sure we're getting along in the chat, guys. We are here to trade. We're here to get paid, and we're here to earn and learn. We're not here to talk politics. Get that out of here.
Let's focus on the money. As a matter of fact, do you want to look at some of these movers? I think you just brought one up there.
Yeah.
PSI, yeah.
Where was it? PPSI was a big mover this morning, guys. PPSI, that is Pioneer Power Solutions. Pioneer Power Solutions, that is currently trading at 479 from yesterday's close. It is up about, what are we looking at? 54% to the upside. Abel, guys, I'm going to ask if we could stop any communication with each other back and forth. We're just going to sort of keep it to the stock chat. We want to keep it a good Friday, good feels, good vibes. That's what we're all about here at Benzinga. So everybody's cool, calm, and collected. We'll take some trades. We'll find some setups. We're here to learn. We're here to earn. That is it.
Yep. And as far as PPSI goes, they are moving after they had reported better than expected Q2 earnings. They also guided above their midpoint, so they got in a range, and within that range is a midpoint. That's higher than the expectations. This has 8.6 million shares in the float. The financials do seem okay. They have revenue and they have cash, and they're almost profitable. So I don't believe that this is a company that will needing to be raising capital anytime soon. There could be a capital raise if they need to, expand operations, or they can't, get capital quickly enough from a bank through lending. So this would be a quick way of doing it, but I don't really see that happening right now because they seem to have a pretty good cash position. Looking
That's
at the
awesome.
chart, looking at the chart here, this is kind of trading into. I want to say it's a bit of a broadening wedge. We do have a trend line we can draw on the top side and on the underside, and when you do that, they kind of diverge away from each other. So they're broadening. Typically, what you can get out of a broadening wedge is that they end up being bearish. So as that bounces around, at some point we're going to stop that bouncing around. We're going to fall through the floor. I don't know when that's happening. We might end up going higher before we come back in, or we might even just break out of this wedge and completely nullify it. So the next thing I'm going to be looking for here is what this price can do up at around 515 if it gets back up there. We are trading beneath the VWAP, so I don't expect to see any kind of push much higher than VWAP if we can't start getting over it. But if we do climb over VWAP, then that level, that 515 level, is going to be one of the earlier levels that I'll be watching for resistance.
I like it. I like it, man. Yeah, that looks good. 515. Then we have our recent high we made pre-market around 540.
Yep, that'll be the next one. Absolutely.
Awesome, guys. Good, guys. Good. We're getting some good vibes back in the chat. That's what I like to see, guys. Make sure you run that like button up. I want to hit that record of 300 likes today, guys. Yesterday, you guys were the best. We hit 260. I want to hit 300 today, guys. You guys are the best. Best audience, best trading community, best group we've got.
And don't worry, we'll cover on this, and we'll cover all those ones you're looking at. But let's get through a couple of these movers. There's one of them. The other one I was looking at today was PGEN, I believe is the ticker. I think it was typed a little bit differently.
What is it?
PGEN.
PGEN.
Yeah, this is
Precision.
Yep, that's what it is. They are moving higher after the company announced that the FDA approved Papzimeos. This is and they also got an H.C. Wainwright and Company price target raised from $6 to $8.50. So we have this FDA approval, but this company does have a pretty large share structure, 172.9 million shares in the float. I also saw that the short interest was a little bit on the high side, almost 17%. With 8.5 days to cover. So that's more of a short squeeze candidate. It looks like we did get a little bit of that squeeziness off the heels of that FDA news. We've since come back in from, let's see how high this ended up going. Looks like a little bit past $4. Let me see what the exact measurement is.
PG, it's not working on Benzinga Pro for the chart on PGEN right now for me.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I've got it up right now.
You got it. Awesome.
Yeah, it's since come down. Let's see, that high was 403. Okay, so just barely over 4. We'll just look at it as 4 as the big resistance area. It's trading beneath. Hold on, let me look at my broker charts. I want to get VWAP on here. It's trading beneath VWAP, trying to recover this one. So just like PPSI, this is also trying to recover VWAP. And we don't have any 100% runners today. So might be one of those situations where trading doesn't work out as well as it, let's say, did yesterday. We are coming down to a bit of support area in this one. I see support at about 265, 270. So we're in this range right now where we don't really want to go any lower because then it's going to be an even harder climb to get back up to VWAP and over it. But if we are going to head more to the downside, I would be looking at that 265 as a support area, which if it breaks, we're going to have to lean on the 65 and 200 EMAs on the 5-minute for the next area of support. But if we do get a move back above VWAP, the resistance area is going to be 3. And then after that, it's going to be 330. If we can continue to climb higher, that we do have that $4 level. But those are the first two I'd be looking at would be 3 and 330 if we can recapture VWAP.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now here on the daily, and quite honestly, I'm not liking this area that we're opening up into. This 280, 290 point, this is where we found a big area of resistance. This was when? This is 2 Septembers ago. I'm sorry, 3 Septembers ago. This is September of 2022, the last time that PGEN was actually trading at these price levels. And the last time price rejected these levels. So I would maybe look for a couple things. I'd see if we want to hold resistance in this point and move lower, or if we want to break that high and then reject back. If we could break that high and hold, if that's the case, then I would definitely want to see, what'd you say, 335?
Yeah, 3 and 330 is the ones I like next.
Yep. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks solid. RDNW was a request from Webb. What's going on,
Okay.
Webb?
And this is like I said, this has a larger share structure, so we've seen some of these other ones have had like these large amount of floats, and they don't move as well as some of these low float ones. So just keep that in mind as well. It's going to take a lot more volume to move these around, and so far this morning we're not getting that right now. Volume is really starting to fall off on some of these names going into the open, but we still could get a little bit of a push in volume out of the open, but I'm not going to lean too heavily on PGen this morning. Just wait and see what it does. It's kind of looking a little bit weak already.
Okay, cool. Let's see. So we went PPSI, we did TIVC, PGen, UNHG, which is United Healthcare 2X. That's actually doing pretty good in the pre-market as well right now.
That United Health is up on the news of Berkshire Hathaway taking a pretty good sized stake in UNH.
Yep.
That's helped turning it around. Probably we'll see a lot more investors come in. Look at we're back over 300 now. Look at the recovery. Hey, I gotta know, is Big B's out there? Are you holding any calls? Because you have been all over UNH and Lilly and all these other insurers and biotech names. On the weight loss drug side. Just let me know, man. You've been killing it with this. So yeah, that's the reason why United Health is up. Berkshire Hathaway, the 13F filing, disclosed a stake in the company.
Yep, absolutely. We went over, guys, for anybody joining right now who are unsure of what 13F filings are, I did put a quick little slideshow together for us, just a couple bits of information on what they are and how we could read them and how we could use them. So something I do want to mention right away with the 13F filings is that they're due 45 days after the quarter ends. So Q2 is due August 14th, which was yesterday, which means they've been in these positions for well over 45 days, because they could have entered it at the beginning of the quarter and then reported it 45 days after the quarter ended. So these positions, these moves, they might have happened already. So when we see somebody like the Big Short has a 13F filing, or Hathaway, whoever, these moves might have happened. Don't just jump in blindly with them. Do some analysis, make sure it makes sense, and then you could take the trade with them.
So if that's the case, and they've that means that for about 45, let's just go with not calendar days but trading days. I know it's a lot less than that, but let's say with just 45 trading days, that still puts them about where the price is right now in this consolidation that the price was in following the first impulse drop down in June.
On where are we looking at? UNH?
Yeah. Just kind of getting the idea of where they were buying all this. If they were buying it on the way down or if they kind of waited for a base. It seems like they waited for the base. And I think that's where they purchased, right about where 300 is, right about where this sideways consolidation is following that June drop.
Yep, absolutely. And who knows, guys, they could still be adding to their position right now. And they won't disclose that till the next Q2 ends, and then they disclose that on the next 13F. So could they be adding? I mentioned earlier, 13, before you came on, that United Healthcare is not a company that we're going to probably assume is going to go out of business in the next year or two. It's a major insurance company. They're not going anywhere. Them having a 60% sell-off of their all-time highs just gives us the ability to possibly hit 100% plus return on investment if we're able to buy these lows and hold long enough to get back to those all-time highs, if, of course, we get back there.
It may take some time to get back up to there, but eventually this company will recover. I don't think it's going to stay down here for too long, especially if investors piling into it. And there you go. Thank you, Beal, man.
Yeah, I agree. But also I felt like we would see that return a lot sooner, and I feel like a lot of people thought that too. So I feel like this last leg we had right here was sort of like a nail in the coffin to tell people, oh, no, we're not going back up. People stop out of their long positions, and then we reverse back higher. Vloman says that's a great point. 13F News, at least 6 major funds showed new positions in UNH. So just like 13 and I were saying, this is not a company that's going to go underwater. So with that being said, the odds are much higher that we're going to go back to our normal stabilized price. Even if we get back to the $500 mark down and we're buying at 300, guys, great return right there.
Just like EIX, they got hammered on the fires earlier this year. They still haven't recovered, but they aren't going out of business. They
Yep.
will eventually turn around. I mean, this one did have a nice recovery earlier this year, back up to 60, but it still ended up getting hit harder again, and it's still trying to find its footing. But these names will come back. I mean, Hawaiian Electric, another name that also got hammered at one point, that hasn't recovered either. But these companies aren't going to go out of business.
Right. So it's like at what point do they find the stability? Do they find their floor and say, okay, now we could get back higher?
And that's probably true, Joseph Schmo. It sounds like UNH could potentially go a lot higher. And I think it's going to turn the sentiment around, especially when there's this 13F filing shows that there are a number of people picking this up. That's a change in sentiment. I think we're going to see it. I think you're right. We're going to see it go even higher.
That's a good point about saying it go even higher. This sort of reminds me of what Carvana did the past few years. I don't know if you were in it yesterday.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh yeah, crazy. But Carvana just, let's see.
Carvana is a different animal too. They had some pretty hard shorts in there, and they just got absolutely killed. Yeah, this is exactly. That thing looks almost like a heart monitor. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just up and down, up and down.
98% to the downside.
Yeah.
In a year and a half of price action, from $3.75 down to $5.26, all the way back up to new all-time highs of $412. Insane. That's insane. That's this percent return right here, over 13,000% on a stock.
I did say I would take a look at ONDS, so I'm going to pull that up.
Yeah, let's get it.
Here. Let me look at my broker as well.
ONDS.
So we are kind of just going sideways here since hitting these, since closing up around 2. Still trying to push. I'm sorry, not 2, 4. Still trying to push into 4. We have not been able to get into that handle yet. 397 is the highest we've gone. Let's look at what the daily chart looks like here, because it is kind of an interesting formation here, almost like a cup and handle, a little bit skewed, but almost like it. Let's see if this can recapture 4. It really does look like it's trying to get into that area. I don't think
430.
Yeah, it's coming into an area. Yeah, it's maybe even as high as 450. We could see this thing run, but we are going to get into an area where I don't know that we're going to just absolutely push through 4 and just keep on running. I feel like there's going to be a lot of resistance up after 4. So don't know how much of a great trade there is today in ONDS. I think what I would do is I just wait for Ryan to come back and see what he has to say about this. What's that?
I sort of like how it's setting up here on the volume wise. So check out, we had our rally right here on these candles, these bullish candles. Volume did start to pick up. And then we had some pullbacks. Now on our pullbacks, volume got low. So that means sellers, they were not that active. It was probably people just taking some profit. They weren't that strong to the downside. We get another green day right here. And this is where volume really starts to pick up. Then we gapped lower and we got another green day, followed by more increase in volume. Now that we have a few days of volume picking up and we're starting to get that move higher, I would probably want to see if we could break that $3.95, $4 mark and head towards like 440 or even a high of the range around 460.
And Tuesday was the day that we had all those prints above 4 recently. So I'm looking at that day, and I would be leaning on a lot of the different levels that were provided by that price action. So you do have that big move through 4 initially. It comes back in, breaks through 4 again, and then it kind of bounces around, going as high as 439 before just trending lower for most of the day, and then they had the offering. So I would kind of lean on some of these levels here as where we could draw support and resistance lines. But it looks to me like it's still going to run into some trouble as we get up to 450. We haven't been up there yet. I anticipate there are a lot of sellers looking to get out of this thing.
It looks like Open. So guys, Open just announced a new CEO.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We are deeply grateful for Carrie's leadership and dedication to Open Door over the past 6 years. First as a board member, yada, yada. Where is we built a strong Mr. Radhakrishna? Apologize on butchering that name. Currently serves as the Open Doors Chief Technology and Product Officer. He's the one that's going to be taking over.
So we have a hedge fund manager, Paul Tudor Jones. He's betting big on Open Door. He dropped Disney, Broadcom, and Chinese equities and trims his exposure to Bitcoin and Google so that he can pick up Open Door. Interesting. From what I understand, Open Door is not one of the better real estate stocks. But we'll see how this goes, because that's a lot of money coming into it, I guess, and that could cause some short squeezing here. We do have almost 24% of the float shorted, albeit only on 1 day to cover because of the amount of trading that happens in a day here. But the float that large too, I just don't know. We'll have to confer with some of our real estate experts on this one.
Awesome, guys. Don't forget, we have Anne-Marie coming in today at 11 from 11 to 11:30. We'll set up some solid trades with her on UNH on the options segment today. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to say it one more time. Hit that like button. Show Anne-Marie and 13 some love, guys. We're going to have a great day today. It is 9:45, so that means markets open up very soon. So let's be patient and let's keep an eye. I sort of like where Open is trading at right now, and I also like all of the positive news behind it. So with that being said, on this gap higher here, I might look to see if we open and try to move lower first and try a buy the dip opportunity to see if we could close green on the day. Let's use our 5-minute. Let's throw our volume profile tool up on there as well. So for my volume profile tool, because the anchored volume profile, I'm not going to start it all the way over here because that's irrelevant. Where I'm going to start it is where we began this trend, because that's our more relevant price action. So let's see. So right here, this tells me right away, we have heavier volume right down over here. We have low volume up there. So this is a bit of a red flag to say, okay, well, we are range bound, but most of our volume's to the downside. So like I said, I would want to see if we could possibly get a dip at the market open, maybe hold around 320, and then make our way back towards that 365. So we always want to look to buy with the lower volume and sell with the lower volume. So when we find our range like this, we want to buy the lows and sell the highs. Now, because we're bullish on Open right now, I wouldn't really look to sell the lows. I wouldn't sell the highs. I'd really be patient and try to buy the lows. Yeah, guys, Ryan's here, man. Ryan's always here with us. In the comments.
Yeah, and I was asked a question. Do I think the bottom is the reversal is here for UNH? It could be. I want to see a little bit more confirmation that we are going to continue upwards. Getting through 300 is a good sign, but I'd like to see us clear 325. I think I'd be a little bit more confident than in saying that we've got our reversal, we're turning around, we're coming back up. Because that'll be just before this gap fill here from May. I still want to see a few more things happen, but it does look like we are turning around here for the time being in UNH.
Awesome, man. Awesome. All right. I like UNH to the upside, definitely. But this would really be a long-term investment. This would not be a day trade opportunity right here. It's too choppy. There hasn't been much consistency to the upside yet. But it's a great buy the dip opportunity. This was a huge sell-off. Companies rarely do this. We know what this is from, Luigi. So can it come back? Absolutely, it could come back. Let's see. We got a bunch of requests in here, guys. Let's see.
I saw AMAT. I was asked about that. This one just had...
they had earnings yesterday and a weak Q4 outlook, which disappoints them.
This one also trading into a rising wedge since 2020. So we may end up seeing a resolution of this, not rising wedge, broadening wedge. We may see a resolution of this happen at some point soon here, as we are not too far away from where the bottom part of the wedge is. That's going to be at about 131 from where we're at right now. So I would anticipate that off these earnings, we could continue lower, but there are some support levels on the way down here. One of them being I think a 155 I'd place one of the support levels. We're not too far away from that. Another support level we may end up hitting is going to probably be down around 140, maybe a little bit higher at 145. But I kind of like some of looking to the left, kind of sniffing out where some of these previous resistance levels were that are now support. That's what I'm looking for here. And it does appear like those two that I just mentioned, 155 and 145, could be the next spots on the way down here.
Ooh, yeah.
So that's kind of what I'd be looking to the downside right now, areas of potential, bounce spots. But I would just kind of wait. For me, I'm just going to wait and see what this does because I don't follow AMAT as closely as some of these other names. But we are beneath the 200-day SMA now, and seems like things are going to get a little bit problematic. Let's look at a longer time frame. Okay, so we still have another area, interestingly, down at 149.81, where the 200-week SMA is. That could be also another level, so that we could even call it 150 if we want. So in increments of 5, we could say 155, 150, 145 are probably going to be some areas of interest to watch for to the downside in AMAT.
Awesome. And I agree. I have that 150. 150 is a good key level. Then I have the next one below 150. We have towards 120. But the 160 area that we're looking to really open in, I had support on that daily and even on the weekly time frame. This was an area that held as resistance, then it held as support when price was trading above it. So now that we're gapping lower into it, we got to remember the psychology behind trading, that when we have a gap lower like this, a lot of people, retail traders will go, oh, we're gapping lower, I got to sell it. Okay, well, guess what? If we're gapping lower, but we're going into a support area, there's a good chance we're reversing there because there's a lot of selling volume that needs to be met with buying volume. For every buyer, there's a seller. So let's see if that stability or if that short squeeze that we might try to form down here will hold us back towards that 188. But with the earnings call and how the Q4, what they say? They said applied materials. Let's see.
They're citing China market challenges, uncertain AI demand. So this is, we have seen other companies that have been performing really well on AI demand. I think Cisco is one of them, and they kind of guided that they see a lot of opportunities over the course of the years with AI build out infrastructure. This company not seeing that for themselves. So I guess there's I'd be wanting to know why such a discrepancy between the two companies. Also, they are getting some price target ratings and re-ratings. So that might also be affecting the price as well. I mean, they're raising price targets, lowering price targets. There's a big difference of opinion with AMAT right now, it seems.
Yeah, and Joseph Schmosif says the AMAT report reminds him a little of ELF, which also beat profit projections but had shaky guidance due to tariffs.
Companies that are citing tariffs, and we can get into this later because I was asking around about this, and I can talk a little bit more about the impacts of tariffs and when these companies reporting tariffs, that it could have some kind of it could have an effect on the Fed's outlook for the economy, which may affect rate changes. So just some things to think about here as we see more and more companies consistently report material information about their earnings regarding tariffs.
Awesome. And then somebody else mentioned, what's up, Diamond? He asks, Kevin, IV is high on UNH for option plays, correct? Yeah, absolutely. So we have to think the IV is going to be absolutely destroying some of these options. But because we have an in-house options specialist with Anne-Marie, we're going to be able to see the best ways to play it. So make sure you guys stick around for that. I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see what she has to say about it because I'm also curious to see, because of that high IV, how is she going to play the options on United Healthcare?
I'm curious to know how she's going to, if she's going to be playing any options, maybe with the broader market going into this weekend with the meeting between Trump and Putin.
Doesn't he meet with them today?
That's supposed to be today. The thing is that we have. I'm not trying to get political here, but we have seen different things have come out from his mouth and other Congress people that have moved the market. And the fact is that this meeting is not taking place until about 3:30 Eastern, and then they're going to have a press conference afterwards. So all the market's going to only be able to react to this in any regular session on Monday. I don't think we're going to get much of a reaction Friday today because we won't have enough time. The meeting will probably barely just be underway by the time the market closes, and every other reaction is going to happen in the after hours. So you're going to have to wait until Monday for any regular session moves. And I think there could, what happens out of that meeting, and probably as things develop over the weekend, there could be increased volatility going into Monday. So it's just something to think about. And I would love to see what she's got to say about holding anything or taking positions in the weekend. I think it might be a little bit more cautionary to just see what happens and not hold into the weekend. But that's why I want to see what she's got, because playing options can be a great way to not be so take on so much risk, but still be able to play the outcome.
Yep, absolutely. Guys, I'm just going to cover the ES real quick. This is the S&P 500 futures. So if you trade SPY, you trade SPX, this will help you sort of find a possible trade setup. So I trade futures myself, so that's why I'll do a little analysis. We'll break down some levels. Right now, because I see we're in a range, I wouldn't really care for the volume profile because it's not going to give me information that I don't already have. Because it's just going to tell me we're in a range, buy the low, sell the highs. So with that being said, I would possibly look for 64.90. I'd use my tool called Bookmap. That's our order flow tool. And see 64.90. See if we have any buyers down there. 90. We have a little bit of a low volume shelf, but other than that, nothing really relevant. All right, guys. So that's it for ES. 64.90 is where I would consider a long position. If you were looking for SPY, that would be at, let's see, SPY. That would be near the $645 mark. So 645 to about the bottom of 645. So about 30-cent range would look to target maybe 647. And that's if buying pressure is in the market, guys. We would want to see the NASDAQ continuing higher too. We would want to see maybe NVIDIA finding some strength and momentum as well. But right now, look at this. And NASDAQ, very range bound. It's finding supply, rejecting supply. It's finding support. It's holding support. Not much going on here.
Yes, Michael, we did look at AMAT. I think the levels to the downside that we were keeping an eye on were 155, 150, and 145.
Let's see. Okay, so BMNR. Brian asks about BMNR and their Ethereum strategy. Ooh, they're an Ethereum strategy. Ethereum's really been lacking in the field of crypto in the sense of Bitcoin making all-time highs throughout the year. I think Ethereum has been struggling. So for them to have an Ethereum strategy to try to do like what Michael, what's his name? Michael of MSTR strategy. What's his last name? Michael what? Michael
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Unfortunately, I don't remember.
I'm drawing a blank on it, man. Michael Saylor. Thank you, producer.
Thank you.
We'll pretend you didn't just Google it, but no, I'm just kidding. Michael Saylor. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. So, okay, good. Ethereum did make some all-time highs recently. That's great. Thank you, guys. Thank you all in the comments. You guys are goats. That's what the community is all about, man.
And isn't there a little bit of concern that, with this this excitement around, these Ethereum treasuries that there could be some overbuying in this, getting really, the trade get really crowded and lead to sell. It seems like that's what could end up happening here, initially, with this big move that we had. So, I think that could be one of the reasons why you're seeing some pullback in Ethereum. But, I don't follow crypto as closely as some of the other folks here, so I'm not going to comment too much on it.
Yeah, you guys are right. I'm messing with the producer. He was too quick to Google that. He knew the last name.
It could be that if I'm just like not even paying attention to what this chart is for, it looks like it could just come back in some more and then go on another leg up. So just
talking about Ethereum.
Yeah, like it's already done that several times where it kind of has a pullback from the big move up and then it just finds a base and goes higher. We could see more of that, but we haven't. I don't think we've seen enough of a pullback yet to establish the next leg forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree on that. Is it at? Oh, I don't think it's at all-time highs. Let's see.
Pretty close.
Bro, it's close.
Pretty close.
Meanwhile, you look at something like Bitcoin, and that just cracked 124,000. So Bitcoin has been massively way stronger than Ethereum. So my thought would be that they're trying to do an Ethereum sort of thing that Saylor was doing because they thought, oh wow, it works so well on Bitcoin. Now Bitcoin's so overvalued, no way it'll work. Maybe Ethereum still has some room in it. So if that's their thought process on it, can that really work out if that's their only thought process on it? Is there anything really backing this plan? Is there big news coming for Ethereum? Guys, market's open.
We are open.
Market is open. I do
All
want
right.
to see real quick.
Out of the gate, PPSI did have a drop, but down to that trend line and a little bit past it, but we are recovering. We're still hanging out at the VWAP. Meanwhile, PGen, that dropped in the pre-market just before the open, and that is also trying to recover. Remember, we do not have any 100% movers this morning, or at least none that I saw, with the exception of maybe PMNT, which is a penny stock, so not even looking at that. But it doesn't seem like we have any 100% movers this morning, so just keep that in the back of your head. We may have a little bit of a more muted day.
Guys, if ES finds support here, I would consider a long off of this demand zone. We're trying to find support. I'll try to take it long there with the stop loss at the bottom of the zone. So again, SPY would be like SPY calls. And yeah.
PPSI is trying to push through $5. There's a large seller in the way there. If it
Guys, I am in a long on ES, just so you guys know.
PPSI does manage to push through. We could see it run to 525. It seems like that would be the next area of resistance.
Getting a little, getting resistance in ES as well. So probably going to get stopped out. That's right, guys. We got to be aware of how much our risk is per trade before taking the trade. I'm still in it. It hasn't hit my stop loss. I see that buying volume has been stepping in on Bookmap here. So I would like it to find some support in this green zone. This has been the bottom of our range from pre-market.
Webb, we cannot tell you what to do with your options. We were only mentioning the situation coming up into the weekend that could have some implications over the weekend going into the next week. So that's why we were mentioning that. We cannot tell you what to do with your option, unfortunately.
Check out Wolf.
Wolf is still moving, huh?
Dude, what an entry on Wolf we had yesterday, guys. 686 entry. Now it's trading at $9.
Guess this ain't done.
It ain't done. Wolf didn't hear no bell, guys.
Nope. It is howling. All right, so we are coming up to the 930. I think we marked this off yesterday, the 930 resistance area. We almost got to it yesterday. Now we are pushing up to that 930 level. This 930 level we drew from the November highs, and also from if we look even further to the left, this was a frequent support and resistance area in the past, back when the pandemic was happening. So let's see what we end up getting with this if we get that test of 930 or break through it. But that's going to be a big resistance level, and our RSI is very extended, so just keep that in mind. Also, PPSI, here we go. We are coming up to that 525 that I mentioned. We are not that far away. We're at 520. This is a great move here through VWAP on our way up to that next resistance area. Congratulations if you took this one. Well done.
Which one are we looking at?
That was PPSI, one of the movers from this morning.
Awesome. Guys, for Wolf, I would need it to really hold 870 to continue higher. PPSI.
This is a really nice candle there. I'm going to take a look at PGen to see if that's doing anything yet. It seems like PGen is having a hard time holding this 275 area. We need to see a lot. I think we need to see some more volume in PGen before we're going to sustain the hold above VWAP. Looks like $3, also a big resistance area. I think we did point that out. So that's PGEN. Be careful with this one. It doesn't look as strong this morning. Not like the way PPSI is moving.
Gotcha. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Guys, I'm still holding the ES long. Did not get stopped out yet. Halt on TIVC. We could take a quick look at TIVC.
That one's dropping out of the gate here.
Ooh.
Let's take a look at TIVC on a smaller time frame. All right. So this one, I think we had some. I thought we had some upside levels for this, where this was going to run into. I forgot what I even said about this, but let's ignore that. Let's focus on what's happening right now. This coming down to some support that looks to be at about 450. Let me look at my broker's chart and see what I got here. Okay, so VWAP projection. Now we're halted to the downside. This chart is not looking the greatest to me.
No.
It's not looking the greatest to me. Yeah, I would say maybe that 450 could be your next support, and then I think that's what I was saying is at 450, and then maybe $4, and then you have the 60 and 65 and 200 EMAs on the 5 minute. Yeah, folks, this TIVIC chart not looking the greatest right now.
All right, guys, I am stopped out of ES, so we're out of ES for now. But check out Open, guys. Great call on Open. It came down, it rejected, it held that 320 level we had marked out. Another great call right there. Guys, poll results are in for did United Healthcare find its bottom? Guys, 37% of you say yes, 34% of you are not sure, and 27% of you say no. So, guys, if it hasn't found its bottom, where do you guys think United Healthcare will go?
That to me sounds like we're pretty much at the same level that it could go either way still, with a little bit more of a lean that the bottom is in.
Yep.
Great. Equal sentiment. Open door now coming in some more. So don't know if there's going to be some more of a trade here, or if they slamming the door on this one. All right. Meanwhile, PPSI moving higher now, coming to the top end of that range we were looking at. Remember, this is a broadening wedge that we're in with PPSI. So we are now getting support from the bottom end of that wedge, now coming up towards the top. We have new highs in the regular session, and we are higher than the pre-market now. The top of this wedge from here, if we remain in this 5 minute candle, that's going to be at about 595. I see on my price slider that 540, 541 has a large seller in the way. Oh, now we're getting a little bit of a pull here. Make sure you guys are not, keeping your stops low. You raise them as this price goes up. We don't want you getting stopped out with these movers that have a very low float and can knife easily. So we are still holding above food up for the moment. It does look like there is going to be, it looks like they moved. Still climbing up, but there is some sellers in the way at 545 and 550, just not as big as what was showing up earlier.
Yeah, guys, I'm taking another stab at ES longs. 88.25 is stop loss because we are trying to come out of the demand zone. But if it fails again, we're probably just going to get stopped out, and we'll look for a short position and use the demand zone as resistance, right? We use it as a flip zone. So we'll be patient on it. We'll let markets play out. We do want to see, don't forget, we have Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock today, guys. Very important that we're aware of it. It's 9:37 right now. If you're in any trades when Michigan consumer sentiment comes up, you have to make sure you exit them so you don't get completely destroyed if volatility comes in, when volatility comes in.
We have a couple comments here regarding UNH. Learn with Moses is saying that UNH will go to 180. Meanwhile, Line Atlas is saying it's going to go to 400 very soon. So this is what makes a market, folks. We have two sides of the coin here, and we have a gentleman that wants that's looking for some more downside, another gentleman that's looking for some massive upside. And you know what? I'm here for it. I think if we get go under 200, I think that would be an absolute screaming buy. I don't know that we will, but if it does, you can count me in as one of the buyers. Absolutely. And I'm sure you are, Lion. I'm sure you and hopefully Big Abiz is doing well. You guys have been all over the UNH trade. And looking back here at PPSI, we did get more of a pull here after running all the way up to 570. PPSI, so far the best mover this morning, but make sure you guys are paying yourself on the way up here.
Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, I want to see it crack above 300 on UNH. I do, but it's trying. It's at 299.71 right now. Let's see, UNH. Any other big movers right now? Any big setups that are lining up right now is what I would like to know. Probably off of our movers list.
I am going to
PPSI. Open with another drop lower.
JJ asking if we have a float for PPSI. I see 8.6 million in FinViz. Fortunately, I see the same here in Pro, and I also see the same in my broker. So I think that is the correct float.
Awesome. PPI said, "Oh no, you don't." Bro, Brent, you're right, man.
Look at
it
that.
Really did.
Big Abies, you're absolutely killing it, man. Great to see it. He's up big with UNH.
Nice. Good stuff.
All right. Love it, guys. Love it. You guys are all over UNH doing well as we want to see. We are getting a little bit of well, I want to say a little bit. We are getting a pretty good sized pull here in PPSI that has brought it back beneath the VWAP for the moment. But we are still in that broadening wedge, and we are just kind of bouncing all around that right now. So that's
Someone mentioned
Go ahead.
TIVC. Somebody said they jumped into TIVC.
Okay, so we getting a little bit of a reversal here. Get some support. Looks like that came down to about 450. I think that's one of the areas we were talking about. This one.
Yep. So, let's see. We throw a fib tool.
So we, get a little bit of a turnaround there. Now on the way back up, if this is where it's headed, we do have some resistance at $5. So I think between $4.50 and $5, you're going to see maybe a little bit of back and forth before the direction is chosen. I still believe that this may end up going lower, but if I'm wrong about that, then that's your game, sir. So I'm just a little concerned about the lack of really meaningful volume and the fact that $5 is a pretty stiff-looking resistance area. So I just have a little bit of concern as far as where ticket's going to go, if it goes beyond 5 or not. So if it does, congratulations. If not, just make sure you got yourself protected to the downside.
Yep, absolutely. Always make sure you're protected, guys. Always. Before you enter a trade, you should be able to answer 3 basic questions. Where is your entry? Where is your stop loss? And your stop loss should be where your analysis is incorrect. And where is your take profit? And you should always have 2 take profits just to play it safe in case you are in multiple contracts or multiple stock. You are able to scale out of some.
So I just saw that folks are mentioning Joby. So I saw that you were talking about Joby earlier. This is one of the eVTOL companies, and they just had an air taxi between 2 public airports. So that's been one of the things that have been talked about a lot with the eVTOL space is when we're going to start seeing these travel between airports and travel between to an airport from a port of a pickup. People go to get transported to an airport and these things. So waiting for that to happen. It looks like we got that with Joby today. Archer is also supposed to be transporting all the Olympians to their locations during the LA Olympics, I believe, next year. So we are getting some progress here in eVTOLs. Unfortunately for the stock, it is down now out of the gate and probably going to end up going lower than yesterday's low. Let's see what we got here as far as support levels. We've already lost a 20-day SMA today. This is kind of looking like it's got a little bit of a bearish pattern forming here over the past month.
What's the ticker?
This is JOBY.
JOBY.
So a little bit of a bearish looking pattern here in my eyes, but you do have some pretty good looking support since getting up here in July at about 640. Maybe 635, 640, somewhere in there. It looks like you could get some support. So we're not quite there yet. We're less than $1 away from that area. That's either going to be a big breakdown area or it's going to be a support area that causes the price to reverse and try to go back up towards the 20-day SMA. These eVTOLs are something else. They're going to be interesting. And I think I heard you say that this kind of look like airplanes. Well, these take off vertically and they land vertically, and they also run on electricity, not jet fuel. So I think that's the big difference. You cash out on that short, Brian? Well done.
Nice. Good work. Good work.
It's hype news. It's something that I think investors needed to see demonstrated because it's been something that's been talked about for a while, and we finally got it. So this could just end up being a sell the news event.
Yeah.
More than a fluff piece. I get what you're saying, but I think this was something that investors were looking forward to. And this was going to be their signal to cash out.
Yep. ES is trying to build some support down here, guys. Real tough point. I am still in the longs, but sellers, man, have been trying to take us lower. That's no doubt about it. NASDAQ has been a bit weaker this morning. That's mainly our tech index, something we want to keep an eye on.
Keep an eye also on open because I'm looking at this right now. And so far, the action that we've got out of the gate has been pretty much bearish, but we are getting some pretty good support around the 315 area and the 65 EMA that is making me think, well, there might be might be some strength left in this. Let's see if this can recapture VWAP from here. And if it does, we may end up coming back up to where we were topping out at in the pre-market. Just need to see that some confirmation here. But these wicks on the bottom here are telling me that some buyers are trying to step in and lift this thing up. So let's see what we end up getting here with this one. No position.
Yeah. All right, no more ES, man. Those sellers are nasty with it. We're gonna be patient. We're gonna see what else we got. JOBY was selling off. Wolf short sellers. We could take a look at Wolf, WULF. That was a big trade we took yesterday, guys. Wolf rejected off that $9, but it did hit $9. If TPR can breach $100 and hold, we will sell back to 95, says Anne Marie. Let's take a look at TPR. And there goes, guys. UNH is above 300. It's at 303 right now. Here's TPR. Let's see. We had our gap down yesterday. We had earnings. It had a double. It looks like it had a double beat, but it still had a gap down, so it might have been poor insight. And it does look like we are trying to hold, but we'll see. We will see. Anne Marie, I'd love to know your analysis on this. So hopefully during your show, we'll go over UNH. We'll also cover TPR to see what you see on this too.
We're getting a big drop in the market. That's causing a setup for the TQQQ. So I'm just going to keep an eye on that. Also, I got to say, big bear hug, turning $150 into $8,000 with UNH call. Stick a fork in him. He's done. Absolutely. You're coming to Thanksgiving because you are the turkey, sir. You are done.
Oh, my goodness.
Well done. Well done on that trade. That is a great one. Absolutely great. Big bear hug.
That's insane, man. Congratulations, dude. Great trade. Great work. Amazing.
All right. And yeah, so that TQQQ was, if we can get a nice extension away from the VWAP, like $1.25, $1.50, that'd be a really good setup for a TQQQ trade. I anticipate the market selling off on, on the whole meeting with Putin and Trump later today. That's what I'd be thinking. There might be something else going on here that I just haven't looked at yet, but that would be my first initial thought, is that market's trying to deleverage itself, de-risk itself from that event.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So Brent, you're looking for PGen to get over the VWAP still. That is still having a time, isn't it?
Man.
Let that volume build up. It looks like it's trying to move over VWAP right now, but I would want to see some better volume in that.
Yeah. PGen's a struggler today, man. Definitely got to be careful with that. Where was our daily time frame on PGen? Right. We had our gap up. I think, right, we had our gap up. That's right. I did on TradingView. That way we could see that recent high we had. Check this out. Look, we had our gap up and we pushed right into this resistance point. We haven't traded into that resistance level in almost 3 years, and yet it still works as resistance. That's why we got to thank goodness for historical levels. Let's see. CoreWeave catching some green, finally.
All right, I will take a look at Circle for you, Mr. Knight Slants. Let's see what we get here.
I'd be careful on CoreWeave, man. It's been red for the most part the past few days. This green might be people who were short taking profits. So remember, if people were short and they were taking profits, they have to buy back their position. So we'll see how we want to react down here. Guys, we're rolling around. I haven't asked in a little while, but make sure you run that like button up. I wanted to shoot for 300 today. We're near 190 right now, so let's go break 200 and get the ball rolling on that. Absolutely love it. Let me know what tickers you want to watch as well. PLTR support. We can take a look at Palantir, man. Has been a massive, massive stock this whole year, really. For the past 2 years, really. You said 173 support. I have a little bit of a gap fill over here, 169 as support. So I'm looking for 169 as support on Palantir.
Regarding Circle, so yeah, I see a gap here on this one as well that we almost filled yesterday to the downside and didn't quite fill it yet. But today we are trading with an inside candle, and this is following 3 days of downside. I would be inclined to say that this candle today and probably the next 2 trading days, Monday and Tuesday, we may try to recover, what this yesterday's candle had lost. That would be my initial thought here, is that we try to, recapture some of that. Now, if we don't, and this continues to the downside, well, then I think we're gap filling, and then you have some support coming in. If you're looking at the wick, it's going to be 134.72, and if you're looking at the close of the real body, it's 133.56.
Awesome. I'm getting a request. We got, what's up, Marcus? Yo, what's going on, man? Good morning, bro. How you doing, man? Welcome back to another awesome pre-market prep show. He's looking for TTD. I feel like a bunch of people were asking about that this morning. The trade desk. Pretty.
Kamal, they'll usually announce that, or they'll have some kind of filing. It would serve you well to look at the SEC filings for that, I think, or the PRs. They should have that on company news, or you can also call their investor relations if you really want to get into that. All right, so it looks like we are getting a little bit of a bounce, maybe a bounce here in the TQQQ. Don't know that this is nearly enough to set up the trade that we're looking for. It did get down almost to $1, and we're getting a brief bounce right now, but I don't know that we're going to see a reversal quite yet. I'd like to see a little bit more extension in the TQQQ, but you know what, folks? You trade this how you're going to trade it. We are getting a little bit more of a reversal here in open. That's starting to recapture its VWAP. So we may have a turnaround coming here, but I want to also see this turnaround happen on some better volume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. Continue.
Oh, I was finished.
Oh, all right. I was just going to say, I like trade desk to the upside. I wouldn't buy these highs. I would wait for a pullback at this point, but trade desk is looking pretty solid. It's got good volume picking up today off the open too. And guys, don't forget, Michigan consumer sentiment is in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Be careful. It's going to give us a move in the market. It's going to get a little shaky.
Blaze Rhino asking about open. I think I just spoke on that.
Yeah, we did open for a little bit this morning. Yeah. Guys, if you want, you could because it's recorded. What's great is you could rewind a little bit. If you do the skip 15-second part a few times or rewind a few minutes and look at the charts that are displayed so you could find the one that we're looking for. We definitely covered open a couple times, and then you could hit the live button and it'll bring you right back to where we are now. FU saying goodbye. Is it saying FU?
Yeah, that's what they made that ticker just for the investors, I'm sure.
Yeah, right.
Hey, no problem, Kamal. Crow mentioning ions, IONZ. And then we'll also look at BLSK too, Pavel.
Where are we looking at? BL?
Yeah,
BLT?
BLSK. Nothing's coming up. I think you mean BSLK? Bolt Projects. Is that the one you're referring to? BSLK or B? Because I don't have
BLSK. Be it. Up 14% today.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I guess the question about a private placement. So Bolt Project shares are trading lower after announcing a 4.5 million private placement. They also had some of that news yesterday, so this doesn't seem all that new to me. I would go back into yesterday's news and read into that. Also, I don't think if this is something that you're really looking to invest in, it wouldn't hurt to read their SEC filings to get an idea of what or any of their PRs to get an idea of what they intend to use this for, or how this structure is going to be utilized. So anyway, that's what I would be looking at here. We are getting a little bit of a reversal here in the TQQQ as well. Sorry, go ahead.
Did Bolt Project Holdings have news yesterday?
I think that's a couple of days ago. We also traded this one. That was on Wednesday. Yeah, because they had earnings on Tuesday, and they got 20 million in funding. And this was the company that they're saying the demand for vegan silk continues. This is the one that's making vegan components for beauty products. So I think they're talking about how there's a lot of these really high top end beauty names that are hitting this company up for those alternatives, as there's an effort to reformulize their beauty products that don't contain so many animal tested products. I believe is what they're going after there. So anyway, that's BSLK. If you want to invest in that, I would recommend reading some more of the filings. But if you're just looking for a trade, it's better just to rely on levels.
Yep, the Crow. Good reminder, guys. Don't forget, Trump and Putin are meeting today. I think 13 mentioned they're meeting though later today around 3:30. So it's not going to impact the market right now.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing that we could really expect to give us an impact is in 6 minutes, we have Michigan consumer sentiment that is going to give us a volatile move in the market. Trump administration said to eye the CHIPS Act fund for Intel stake. Now, Trump, you guys hear about that?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because it's also interesting is that there was a big fuss from the former CEO of Intel about how they never saw any of that money, despite them being told that they were going to get some. So maybe they are going to finally get some in the form of a stakehold.
Maybe, guys, we'll see.
Yeah, so we will see after how that ends up turning out. But so far, right now, it looks like TQQQ may be trying to put in a bottom here. Are getting a turnaround. So far, that's not looking too bad. 92.84 was the extension away. And it didn't extend too far away from BOP. As a matter of fact, I think it was less than $1 at that point, but it was still a pretty good extension. This may still not be on the recovery yet. We could end up bear flagging on this one. So,
yeah,
just be careful.
Let's see, Kevin. How much do you emphasize? How much emphasis do you put on VWAP, and do you use VWAP for futures trading? And what is your go-to indicator in general? So I don't like to use really any indicators. So I feel like a lot of indicators could be considered as laggers. They don't show up until the market really gives us a move. The MACD is not going to cross until we really get a bull move to the other side, and all of these other things. With the VWAP, it's a volume-weighted average price. It's based off of volume. That's something I'm interested in. So the two main indicators and tools I like to use would be the VWAP, and then would also be the anchored volume profile. Now, I don't know if I would consider the anchored volume profile as an indicator, but more as a trading tool to look at the volume within. So those are the two tools that I like to use. And I use supply and demand, and I use all of it on my regular stock trading and on futures trading. Guys, we have 3 minutes before consumer sentiment.
Oh, thanks for the update. And let's see here. Izzy, yes, you're right. ONDS had a reversal. It actually went all the way back up to where that resistance was in the pre-market. All that sideways consolidation at about 395 before it backed off again. So I'm still looking at that area as a pretty tough area of resistance that we're going to have to probably see a little bit more, if not a lot more volume to push through that area of sellers.
If we didn't
go ahead.
If we didn't have Michigan consumer sentiment in like 4 minutes, I'd love shorts on NASDAQ right here. So guys, look, see how we sold off on NASDAQ, and now this is our volume profile. See how we have high volume and then it falls off to like nothing over here. And then it picks up again and continues. So I would look to see us pull back to that nothing volume area and hold that as resistance. And that would be my short entry targeting a new low. So that's what I would be looking for. But right now we have Michigan consumer sentiment in 2 minutes. I do not want to take a trade right before we have news.
And rejoice, we have the Smoke Tuna the Tuna Signal AI entering the chat. As he just said here, no 100% runners today, so stay back and relax for the day. Don't take risky trades. Tuna, this is exactly the same thing that we were talking about earlier today. No 100% runners. Might not have a lot of good trades today. Let's exercise some caution. I'm there with you, man. Welcome.
Yep.
Welcome. All right. Now we are looking at, let's see, are we still looking at open? Yeah, it looks like that finally did end up coming back above VWAP. So we are getting a little bit of a turnaround here. Let's see if this can grow some legs and with that new CEO in place. Still don't like the volume, but we are getting a turnaround here. Want to see this volume expansion. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, check out earlier when we were going over open, I was going over the volume shelves, right? And I said we would want to buy where there's low volume.
Yep.
And I just put this tool up there just as an example of the long and short position. Look at the wick, the entry that would have been for a 6-to-1 risk to reward trade right here if we do want to continue higher. This is something I do have confidence in that it will hit on open. So I do want to see open head towards 360 today, guys. Good stuff.
And if you hit 360, your head will do a 360 because that'll be a nice gain. And it looks like PGen is also starting to come around here. This finally getting going after spending a good majority of the morning underneath VWAP. We are coming up to a bit of a resistance area from the pre-market. That's going to be close to about 280, 285. We're almost there. See if that we can push through it on this volume.
Awesome, guys. T-minus 20 seconds until we have our Michigan consumer sentiment. We'll keep an eye, guys. We could keep an eye on the NASDAQ for now. That would be the Qs, guys. QQQ, NQ, what is it? NDX, which is also another NASDAQ ETF cash equivalent. Trade options on those. So this was what I was considering, but let's see Michigan consumer sentiment just make us go crazy.
Yeah, I think it just came out because the market's getting a volatile reaction.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Exactly it.
And I don't see the print on the headlines here, but that doesn't mean the algos didn't pick it up and start moving the market.
Yep. All right. We might get the pullback here off of those lows. Again, this trade setup might still be in play. I'm going to have to see.
It looks like we're still consolidating around some of these lows in the TQQQ. Here we go. Michigan consumer sentiment for August is 58.6 versus the 61.9 estimate.
Oh, yeah. Where are we at on that? Let's see. Producer. Okay. What did we say? 58.6 versus 61.9 estimate. Ooh, so it came in lower.
Mm-hmm. And the expectations for the 1 year inflation expectations for August, 4.9% versus 4.5% prior.
Awesome. Awesome, man. Cool stuff. Guys, it's only 10 o'clock. Markets have really just been getting started. So we could be patient. We could wait for something to happen. I do see here on Bookmap, right? So I'm watching. What I like to watch is this little white level over here. That's the price. I want to see it move into about 820, 825, and then rejects. If we don't get that rejection, then I don't have my short position.
Brent, did you get stopped out of what was that? That PGen?
Oh, what was it? Open?
Oh, it's open running?
No, was it open? I didn't. What was Brett looking at? Back.
I thought he was in PGen. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Oh, no, you're probably right. Let's see. PGen. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, we haven't quite hit that top end of the resistance area I was looking at, that 285. It's just, man, this thing is really slow moving. But I guess when you have a float of 200, or what did I say it was, 172, 173 million, it's going to be a slow mover. There we go. Now we just moved up to that spot. Next area of resistance is going to be at $3. And boy, is that resistance. I see a lot of sellers just waiting to cash out of there.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. NASDAQ swept through that low volume shelf we had, guys, right through it. So now we can see if it wants to hold it. If we could retest that, it'll be support now. If we break right through the bottom of it again, though, there is a chance it could hold as resistance. So let's wait right here. I'm still waiting for a potential trade set up on the NAS.
All right, so we're getting a little bit of price action here back and forth on that consumer sentiment news. I don't think that's really turned anything around quite yet, but it does seem like the market's trying to find some footing.
Yeah, let's see.
And I'm not liking PPSI that much anymore. This has been providing a series of upper shadows that make me a little bit concerned about wanting to take any positions here, especially now that we're having a hard time recapturing VWAP. Remember, this thing has been trading up into a broadening rising wedge, and these can be bearish. So if we do not recapture this VWAP and we start heading lower, I think that would might be signaling us that this is going to start to break down. That breakdown level from this stage is going to be at about 460. Meta's going up. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
No, you're good. That's all right. Somebody asking the question in the chat, and it's a great question because it's definitely not a newbie question. A lot of people don't know the significance. So what's the significance of the Michigan consumer sentiment? Just curious on, we were expecting downward pressure from these results. Are we expecting upward pressure? Well, we could open it over here and we could look at it, Michigan consumer sentiment. So the index of consumer expectations focuses on three areas: how consumers view prospects of their own financial situation, how they view prospects of general economy over the near term, and their view on prospects of the economy over the long term. Each monthly survey contains approximately 50 core questions, each of which tracks a different aspect of consumer attitudes and expectations. The samples of the surveys of consumers are statistically designed to be representative of all American households, excluding those in Alaska and Hawaii. Each month, a minimum of 500 interviews are conducted by telephone. So it's really just to give us an idea of where does the average American household, where do they think we are right now? Are we bullish? Are we bearish? Are we not bullish or bearish, but do we have a strong economy right now? We have a flip zone there on NASDAQ. Pull up our, let's see, PGEN. Got it right here. It's climbing up higher. Fantastic. See PGEN. Looks good. It is near that resistance. I would be careful near this 289 level. That lines up with VWAP as well.
It's pretty much as simple as, when you have a high consumer index, you're generally going to get potentially stronger economic growth. Whereas you have underestimates, it's signaling that there's a weakness among the general consumer in the United States, and we could be seeing some slowing in economic growth. So it's really just another metric of whether or not we're going to get strong economic growth or weaker economic growth.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. It's sort of like, so there's another report, right? Our PPI. Now, PPI, there's two PPIs that come out every month. There's flash PMI and final PMI. I said PPI, PMI. There's flash PMI and final PMI. Flash PMI comes out the third week of the month, and it says, and it's a result of 80% of the PMI, right? So 80% of the 500 stocks on the was it the New York Stock Exchange or is the S&P 500 the PMI reflects off of? I want to say it was the New York Stock Exchange. It reflects off of 80% of the companies on the New York Stock Exchange, where the final does 100%. So we might get flash PMI that says, hey, we're looking pretty good. And then final could say, actually, no, these last 20% of companies are doing horrible. We're much worse. But a lot of times it could give us a little bit of insight into, okay, yes, we're starting to hold, or no, we are going to reject. Wolf continuing, nice, good to see. Nice run, plus 19 cents on 1,000. Good job, Brent. Good work, man. Good work.
You folks mentioning BSLK, you're right. This is having some pretty good movement here, kind of shaking off some of the earlier downside. And, when you have a private placement, you aren't going to get share dilution. So when it was trading lower, I was kind of scratching my head on that. But this was also news from earlier. So there could have been some profit taking since that news had already come out. But now we're coming back on the rise here. And it looks like we could be getting some resistance pretty close to about 1280, I would say. So we'll see what we end up getting when we get up there. But in the 12 handle, somewhere in there, I think you're going to find some resistance. I'm just looking at 1280 is where that area might be.
Yo, see you Monday, Lion Man. Hope you had a great trading week, guys. Hope you're all having a great day so far. Taking some nice trades, some great price levels, good ranges we're seeing. What was that other one that we had? Was it open that I had that good entry area? Yeah, right over here. It is trying to stay range bound. What else were we looking at pre-market? We had obviously BSLK. We had
Wolf, we had Amat, we had Tivik, we had
yeah. Oh yeah, we had a lot. Always have a lot, guys.
Wolf, it did print higher than it did yesterday, but we are about right where the close from yesterday is right now. So kind of just hanging out there for the time being. Let me look at a smaller time frame to see what kind of price. Yeah, we're pretty much sideways right now with some whipping around. Maybe printing a slightly higher high and a slightly higher low. I'm sorry, lower low. But we're still pretty much in that range that we've been trading in since the after hours yesterday.
Awesome. Aw, thank you, VHV. That's a very nice compliment. I do appreciate that. Kevin should be invited to join the team permanently. His stock and market analysis is one of the best I've seen. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just their background guy. They call me when they feel like it. I don't know.
Well, that should be more of a foreground thing.
Yeah, for sure, man. I would love to be more fully with you guys. Maybe like a Thursday. I'll join you guys on like Tuesdays or Thursdays or something. The three of us, man. Three of us on that would light it up. 400 likes a show. 500 likes the next show.
No. What do you mean no? We're not talking about replacing anybody, Samel.
No, yeah, no way. Ain't no way. We're making a dream team. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hit that like button. Do appreciate you guys. I appreciate the compliment on the hair. I used to have. It's funny. My first time I covered this show, I had Jesus hair. And it was long, man. I was like, all right, time to cut it. Time to get it. Let's bring that Benzinga spirit going. Yes, sir.
Folks, you're here with 13 in stock. Jesus. Hope you're having a wonderful morning.
Yes, sir. Awesome, guys. Good stuff. Good stuff, guys. You could follow me on social media as well. It's Instagram is at Trading with Kev. Posts social media content daily on there, market content, going over market sentiment, what we should be looking for, and everything else. Oh yeah, Brent, you grow your hair out too. It's awesome, guys. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the compliments, all the love. That's what, in my opinion, this industry should be a bit more about, because a lot of people are newer to this industry. They're trying to find some consistency. And you go on YouTube, you go anywhere online, and there's going to be this guy is selling this program, this guy's selling this indicator. This works 90% of the time. It's overwhelming. It's frustrating. And then you can't learn anything. We should have an industry, just like we have here at Benzinga, that we offer a great show, friendly hosts, community where we're speaking with you guys in the chat. We're going over tickers. We're finding great trade setups. We're learning at the same time that we're earning and taking good trades. And that's exactly how the trading community, in my eyes, should be.
Jared mentioning that BSLK is running again. I'll pull that one back up. So, well, it looks like we have a little bit of a pullback happening right at the moment, but you are right. It is up again this morning.
Yep.
Where is that?
Bro, Wolf is going crazy, man.
Did we get some more movement out of the that consolidation? Because I thought that's what we were in.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, we are getting a little bit more movement out of that consolidation, but we have not gone out of that high at the open.
Nope, not yet. Not yet.
And we still have to keep an eye on that 930 spot. That's the spot we outlined. I think even yesterday we were talking about how 930 could be a resistance area. So keep that that spot on your chart as well.
Cool, man. Cool. Good stuff today, guys. Another great day here, guys. And it's only 10:11. Yeah, guys. Wolf Boom testing that $9 mark. Guys, what are you looking at right now? Brent, Zach, G, Izzy, what are you guys looking at other than Wolf right now? TPR is another. We could take a look at that. SRXH is spiking. Let's see. SRXH. That is SRXH Health Solutions. Okay, there we go. That's been getting some good volatility this morning. Some good price action, consistent price action. I'm not a big fan of stocks that are priced by like 0.000 that go past the average penny. Like this is a penny stock. This is like, it's at 0.7250 right now. Wouldn't really, unless I'm looking for a long-term investment, this isn't really something I would be too interested in.
Like we might...
Yo, Digital Dino, I would love to know what you're talking about because I would love one of those. FTE, PIP, I don't know. I got to figure that out. I'm going to look that up. 4 for 4. Nice. Izzy, 4 for 4 on the day. Fantastic job. I'm hands off today, just watching my holds. Good stuff, Zach. That's right. Listen, as traders, it's also important to know when we shouldn't trade. It's important to know when markets are in our favor, when we're getting the right setups, and then it's important to know when we aren't getting the right setups and we shouldn't try to force anything.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. Not a lot of this stuff is looking the greatest, and I don't have the appetite for forcing any trades today, especially on a Friday where my weekend's about to happen, and I don't want to have to hold anything going into a weekend where we're going to have two superpowers talking about how they're going to stop or put a ceasefire on the war that one of them's got themselves in. So let's just be a little bit more careful today. I think we'll have some better trading on Monday once you've got that big piece of news out of the way.
Absolutely. Let's see. PPSI, we could take a look at PPSI one more time. That one was also moving around this morning. That was at the top of our list.
We're also getting a question. While you look at that, I'm going to take a look at Under Armour because we were getting asked about if that's bottomed or not.
Yep. Yeah, guys. PPSI, it's funny. I said we'll look at it one more time before even looking at it. Well, now that I'm looking at it, this is definitely the last time we're going to waste our time on this one today. This is just, it's a barcode, right? We're red, green, red, green, red, green. It's not going anywhere. PGEN, that was another fantastic one from this morning. That one's sort of grinding, though, against that 289 level that I had, 290. So would be a little careful on that. PGen, that's this one right here.
Yeah. There's a seller at 290, but there's a wall of sellers at 3.
Got you. Yeah, guys, I would definitely be careful on this one. It seems like people are definitely trying to offload stock on this one. Volume is down. Great point, Digital Dino. You know it. That's what I like to look for, volume. Well, I mean, technically, volume has increased on its current daily candle right here on the New York session compared to yesterday. But at this point, it's really failing to see the follow through. Usually we want to see volume and we want to see two things together, right, guys? Price move higher and volume move with it to confirm. If we don't have that, then there's a good chance if price is moving higher without volume, it's going to fail. If volume's moving higher and price isn't, price will probably end up moving lower at some point. So we got to be patient on that and keep an eye. This is on PGEN. It's fighting 280 like crazy. Yeah, man, it really is. Really is. Have a good weekend, Michael. What's going on? Have a good weekend, guys. KURA. What's up, Chester?
Just taking a look at United. Under Armour. This one, I don't see any news today. It looks like yesterday there were some insider buying happening. You have one of the directors and also the chief accounting officer taking positions or adding, not sure which. But we also have some pretty high short interest in this name as well. 22% of the float shorted, 4 days to cover. I think that's playing a factor in this upside movement here today. It seems like their quarterly earnings report didn't really impress, but I think it's the fact that the price was so low that it was this attractive to some insiders, and they went and took a stake in it. We also seem to have, I want to say, potentially double bottomed here. The first bottom came in April from the Liberation Day unwind, and now we're back down here, just coming off that the exact same area yesterday. So we could be seeing a bit of a recovery here. Just want to get a little bit more confirmation. It looks like it is turning around, though, but I would still just be careful with this and get some confirmation that it is turning around before jumping in and betting the house on it.
Yeah. I mean, Under Armour on the daily time frame, you can take a look at it too. Had a pretty big drop. I'm sure that was from an earnings report. Yep. This sort of gives me the feel of what Nike did a year ago maybe? Let's see. So Nike had an earnings. I probably have the wrong ticker here. Is that the right ticker?
MKE.
Yep. They had an earnings. This was the earnings I'm referring to was this one over here, 2025 March. Had earnings, it gapped down, and then it continued to push lower below 56. Since then, it has made its way back to 76, which is a 40% return. So at this point, 76, if it wants to make its way up to 85, that's another 10%. If it wants to make its way towards the recent highs, I mean, let's be real, guys. Nike all-time high is $180. It's trading at 76 right now. Even if we make our way back towards 125 from where we're trading right now would be a 63% return on investment. Nike, like we mentioned with United Healthcare, it's not a company that's going to go bankrupt. It's Nike. Same with sort of Under Armour that, guess what? It had big gaps lower on earnings. Well, that could just be a buy the dip opportunity in the long run. Because look at, we gapped lower and we came right into the support area down here and then we held it. So $5 on Under Armour, this looks like an okay place, especially because $10 is pretty in range, and that would be 100% return right there. So Under Armour, I like it on a swing trade.
Yeah, the Under Armour and Nike, I know they have different reasons for going as low as they did. I know with Nike, it was partially the idea of tariffs, but the whole other thing was that their products were not selling very well. They were getting backed up with inventory. Their quality of their products just was not hitting the mark. They were getting their lunch eaten by a bunch of other companies. So they went through some management changes. They have a new CEO now. They're trying to turn things around. And Nike is the top when it comes to apparel, sports apparel. Nobody can touch them. They're so much bigger than Under Armour that they could eat Under Armour if they wanted to. So let's keep that in mind. Wow, look at that chart in Meta.
Meta's flying right now. What up, G-Man? Yes, sir. Meta is ripping right now. So remember we were covering that article earlier, how we said that's not the best news, right? It was saying that, let's see, we'll bring the article up one more time. Meta facing congressional fire over leaked AI rulebook that allowed chatbots to flirt with kids. Gross. What in the world is Meta doing? But like I pointed out, when it comes to AI, they have the ability to say, okay, let's just program it to not say A, B, and C. Let's program it to not be able to even respond to people under this age. There are ways to program AI so that these issues don't happen again. Does it suck that it happened in the first place? Absolutely, that's awful. But we're in a new day and age of AI. AI hasn't been around for 20 years where we should have it perfected by now. It's up and coming. Every company's dipping into it. Meta, Amazon, Google, everybody except Apple is getting their hands into AI, and they're doing great with it. So I think Meta is able to fix this issue, and I think that's why we were able to hold today, in my opinion. Remember, guys, sometimes we get bad news in the market, and people buy the bad news, right? Markets like to give us an irrational reaction. Let's see.
That's why I don't think kids should be on social media, but I ain't their parent. And you know, we just had another company that kind of not nowhere near as great as Meta, but Roblox. I'm also under the microscope for you know, all the interaction that and the ability that the platform gives to exploit children and you know, online predators. So, man, maybe they should do a partnership if that's the way they're going to go about it. But anyway, it seems like they're you know, investors kind of shaking this news off. I do see something interesting here in the same you know, row of headlines here or column of headlines here from Friday. Dan Ives says Apple's AI strategy has been a disaster, and no one on the street believes innovation will come from within. I think he's right about that, because I don't think it will come from within either, especially if they're getting all their best talent scalped by and what's the other word I'm looking for? Not scalped, but well, they're getting basically their talent stolen from by Meta and other companies that are competing against. Awesome. You know the word, folks. What's the word I'm looking for?
Yo, Brent, have a good one, man. Great trades this week, dude. Good meeting you. Good trading with you. Somebody mentioned, well, 13 tries to figure out what word he was thinking of. I disagree on the age of AI. AI has been around for more than 25 years. So yes, I guess let me reiterate, not that it's brand new, like it just came out a couple years ago, but it's gotten to a point where literally all of us have the ability to have something like a ChatGPT in our pockets to answer hard questions for us, to answer easy questions for us. If we also have to think like sort of like high schooler wise, college wise, they could complete a whole entire assignment just by punching it into an AI now. That was not around 25 years ago. That wasn't around 5 years ago. So it's definitely progressed since then, right? The past 2 or 3 years, it's hit, or I guess 5 years at this point. Time really does fly, but it's hit a major milestone, and it's just getting bigger. I think it's over on PNG. I was thinking the same thing.
The word was poached. Thank you, guys. But I also like Space Jammed. That's a new one, Muad'Dib. I like that. I'm going to start using that instead of poached. Space Jammed. Oh, man, that guy got Space Jammed.
You know, what Facebook could do and what they should do if they are going to keep the AI open to children is they should make some type of child-based AI, right, where it could help them with their homework but doesn't give them the direct answer. There are ways that they could make AI sounds like such a scary thing because of how progressive it is and how much it could take over and take jobs and everything. But if done right, sort of like what Zuckerberg announced on their earnings call, he wants everybody to have super intelligence AI at their hand to help them with their jobs, not to replace their jobs.
And I'm sure he wants to be the one that wants to provide all that.
Of course. Oh, of course.
Of course. Yeah, I want everybody to have AI. We just get to control it, you know?
Fantastic, man. All right, let's see. So United, let's see, this was Under Armour. We did Under Armour open. Take a look at open one more time. Open's chopping around, holding those levels of support off of that 320 level we had from this morning, but it really did fail to break back above 340.
Market nice comeback. Pretty slow moving this morning. One more reminder, let's not force any trades. If you had a decent day, let's call it what it is. Maybe we get some better movement in the afternoon. We have seen that frequently. But for now, I think it's best that we just wait for the best setups, wait for some volume to actually enter some of these names, and provide us a trade. I don't think this is the day we want to be forcing anything.
No, absolutely not. Listen, guys, also something to consider. It's Friday. We had a fantastic trading week. Markets have been setting up phenomenally for us this week. So what can we expect on Friday? Crap. we could expect chop. We could expect markets to try to get back what they gave us.
Here
so
we
with
go.
that,
sorry to interrupt you. Here we go with PGen. It's hitting 3 right now. Trying to get through that wall of sellers.
Oh, bro, come on, PGen. What was PGen waiting for Brent to exit?
Maybe, you know.
Brent, you still in here, man? Oh man, I hope you were able to hold some contracts. I was gonna actually say that you should consider scaling out of a couple just to play it safe in case we did fail that zone, but we broke it. Volume started to pick up on this candle as well. We would really need to see how this current 5-minute continues. 13 and Kev, how are you all feeling on NVIDIA with their earnings coming up in a few weeks? Didn't they just have earnings?
No, they have it on the 27th.
Oh,
everybody else had earnings.
That's right. Literally everybody else except NVIDIA. That's really funny. I'll cover that, guys. Make sure if you are curious about those NVIDIA earnings, we cover the earnings call here on Benzinga, but we go live about 30 minutes before they have the earnings call. So the earnings call is usually at 5 p.m. Eastern. Me and Paul Meeks, he's a tech investor for the past 30 years. We go live and we do analysis on the stock, on the company, and what we should listen to on the call. So definitely join us for that. That will be when NVIDIA has earnings. NVIDIA is one that's really been flying and respecting these key psychological levels of whole numbers, 160, 165, 170, 175, etc. So something I would like to see is strong earnings on NVIDIA. It's been consistently strong. It hasn't missed in a long time. Look at this. We could keep checking. Google, when Google had earnings, a fun fact about Google, and now it's going to be 11 times, but when we covered Google earnings this week or two ago, it went 10 earnings reports in a row with double beats. Now it's 11. Now I want to see what's going on with NVIDIA. Has NVIDIA also been on a very green streak when it comes to its earnings report? And I'm going to go with yes. Without even looking back and checking the statistics, I'm going to just assume yes. I will go back and I'll even put a video together for you guys. Let's see.
I'm on the side that I believe, and I know this chat knows this very well about me, that I think NVIDIA has been overvalued for a very long time, and I don't think it's worth the valuation that it's at. That's my opinion, and I think that we might get a little bit more of the cracks showing in this earnings report, particularly on the back of Beijing, China, telling all their local, their domestic companies to start using Huawei chips, locally produced chips, instead of NVIDIA or AMD. So that could hamper those kinds of sales. There's also been the accusation that the XIII chips that NVIDIA is sending over specifically made for China to have geolocation tracking capabilities. So there's a lot of pushback right now that's happening, and I think that we're going to start to see some of those cracks show. But let me give you a better idea of where I think this is, what's going to happen with this next week, because there is I guess we'll call it a presentation movie that a channel on YouTube has put together that they're releasing later today, and it covers their experience going into Taiwan, Hong Kong, different parts of China, and kind of uncovering NVIDIA black market supply chains. I'm very interested to see what is going to come out of that video, and I think I'll have a better opinion about where NVIDIA goes as a result of that. So let me get back to you on where my opinion on NVIDIA lies. I don't think that they are going to have as great of an earnings as expected.
Here's a little bit of an article somebody posted in my community at Bullish Bears, is where I live trade Monday through Friday. Unemployment and inflation expectations worsen in August, partially offsetting recent improvements. So this is where we have our inflation expectations is the black dotted line. Unemployment expectations is the red line. So we're getting pretty high up there.
That video is being made by Gamers Nexus. They are a very large channel. I think they've got like 2.5 million subscribers. They cover everything computers for gamers and desktop computing, but because the NVIDIA GPUs are also being used for AI data centers over in China, there is a very large black market for them. And I want to see how deep this goes and how much NVIDIA knows about this. Here's a hint. They're turning a blind eye to it, and they know all about it. But I want to watch this video. It's supposed to be about like 3 hours. So I have some, I'm going to have to take some time to take a look at this and take some notes, because they do really good research. And I'm very excited to see what they have to say. I'll get back to you on Monday what I found out. Okay. And now we have the 10:30. Excellent. I think they do a great job covering stuff. They're excellent, and they're funny too. We are at 10:30. This is about the time where we do see a lot of volume leave the market. We haven't seen it leave PGen yet. It's still hammering that $3 spot, but $3 is still holding up. Let's see if I can get taken out here, but just keep that in mind that we are going to start seeing some of these traders leave their desk. Volume's going to disappear probably until after the afternoon. So just keep that in mind. Let's not try to force trades in this already thinly traded day.
Yep. Let's see. PGen.
I will. Yes. Gamers Nexus. That's it, Cam. Yes. Yes, exactly. They do really good coverage of that particular space. Poached.
Should we profit Wolf? We could take a look at Wolf. Man, Wolf was a beautiful entry yesterday. If anybody entered Wolf yesterday and held it into today, that $9 would have been your swing trade target. That would bring you from our $6.90 entry to $9, about a 30% return in just a day. Hey, thank you, Richard. I appreciate that, man.
Oh, yeah, you're doing great, Kevin. Don't let the haters hate. Jeremy, yeah, that's that $3 spot. It's getting chewed up. They're going to take it. And through. There it is. They really had to spend some time taking that, but we did manage to get through $3. Now, can we hold above it? This is about where I think with PGen, I'd be trimming, unless you think this is going to go higher. That was it. I think $3 is about as good as it's going to be for a lot of these. For this one, maybe. We'll see.
Very good. Let's see. Open is holding up off of that 320 level still. Appreciate you, Izzy. Absolutely, guys. You guys rock as well. You guys are the best audience ever. Best group of traders out there.
Love this community. And we're getting a little bit of a pull with PGen. If we can hold above 3, there may be some more upside to be had here. But remember, we are at that the time where the volume disappears. So just keep that in mind. Can I discuss some levels for BSLK? Seems like there is upside. The whole thought with this vegan, I think they're like polymers or something that they're used in beauty products. And it does seem like a really interesting stock right now, where their product is and where this could end up going. So I could potentially see some more upside here. It's a very interesting company. I just don't know what kind of lift it's going to get from traders. It does look like $20 has a bit of a resistance area. It might even be a little bit more earlier at 19. But that seems to me like that's where the price has gone on a lot of these previous moves up, like back in November of last year, back in February of this year, like right before Valentine's Day. So those would be some of the areas I'd be looking at for resistance. That's where they've run up to. And then you have all kinds of price action from trying to form a base when it was dropping heavily in August. So I would just lean on all those levels for the next upside targets. And here we go with PGen climbing further into 3. Doesn't look like we're done here yet. Next area of resistance I see is going to be 330.
Yeah, PGen. Let's see, PGen. Yeah, wow, look at that. Nice break above 3, holding 310. Yeah, if it could get some momentum behind it, now that it shook out every trader that was trying to get in it in the first hour, it might have some room towards that 320 and 340 spot.
Yep, and I keep reiterating that we are at that lower volume time. This is the one that we talked about today that has the higher float, the larger float. So, it's got to keep those metrics in mind, because they are going to affect how well this trades. And if we get up to where the $4 mark was in the pre-market, fantastic. Don't let me stop you. But I just want to reiterate the caution that I think should be exercised with a name like this.
Yep. Okay. Somebody's asking, Kevin, when you have the time, would you please share the volume profile setting with us? Yeah, for sure. So the settings on the volume profile are
Come on,
going
dude, you
to.
just chill out. The PGen, DGens, hey, they're making money.
Let's see. So we'll go to NASDAQ for a second just to give you the example. So I have my volume profile. I have the settings. So the only thing you're going to change is row size. You're going to make it 50. And for volume, it's going to be up and down when you first place it. You're going to want to just set it to total. You don't need the up and down. That doesn't really give us that relevant of information. And then for style, I turn off volume average high, low, point of control, developing point of control, and I leave on developing volume average. The developing volume average shows us where 70% of the volume has been traded. So these blue lines up here and the blue lines down here, we look for the market to trade within that range. So when we break below it, we can look for a demand zone long entry. When we break above it, we can look for a supply zone short entry.
We need a Bart Simpson little
Like soundboard
that says "Eat my shorts," because that would be great for Gary. So eat those shorts, PGen. That'd be funny.
looks NQ looks good on longs down here. I'd like to find some support down there. Let's see, BLSK. Let's see.
BSLK. That's the
BSLK.
the vegan polymer beauty product one. It's still still rising.
Yeah, look at that.
Looks like we did get a little bit of a pull in the broader market, but it is trying to recover still. We're kind of going sideways here with the SPY. Like this has kind of been the price action lately. Past few days, including today. Ever since we broke or held above the all-time high of 642.85, we've just been kind of going sideways between that and the current all-time high of 646 and 19 cents. So until we get an actual move that in a close above or beneath one of these areas, sideways is probably where we're headed. Well, yes, it could be, but the thing is that this is a day where we have no 100% movers, and things just weren't looking as great. So we could see some. I'm glad you listened, but at the same time, I also wanted to exercise caution because there wasn't a whole lot of great movement happening in the market. And I just wasn't sure how much we were going to get out of PGen.
Yeah, we got to play it safe, guys. We have to be realistic when looking for our returns on our investments. We have to be realistic when looking at our charts and doing our analysis. If we've already run up this far and we think we're going to go high, we're going to go to $20. Well, you have to note that we just went up from $8 to $14. That's already an extreme run. So to think we're going to have another leg there, well, now you're sort of, you're I would consider that gambling because now you're trying to chase the move. You're FOMOing into the trade. We do not want to do that.
Mm-hmm. Now it looks like with PGen, we're starting to put in a series of upper shadows here with this trading. We're coming down to 3. So, we could still grind higher. It wouldn't surprise me, but at the same time, this is the one that we were looking at that has the large float. And we're probably going to get, if we're going to get any kind of movement upward, it's going to be pretty much slow like it's been all morning. So
yeah.
That's the other thing. And I'm looking for some quick moves so I can be in, be out, and have a good weekend,
Yep.
Not looking to spend my whole day babying this thing.
Nah, guys, we don't want to be babysitting our trades.
No. I don't want you to put you in FOMO. I think, let's put it to you this way. I'm not in anything right now. I'm not trading anything. I think if there's anything to be traded, it'll probably happen later on. But for now, with the volume leaving the market, I think I just would maybe be safe and wait until after the lunch hour is over.
Yeah. I like NQ longs here, but the rest of the market's been failing. So we'll be patient off of it. I like on the volume profile wise, we had the low volume shelf right here.
I like the price action that we're getting with PPSI now. This means that the broadening wedge that we were looking at earlier this morning is starting to resolve. We did get a breakdown out of that broadening wedge, and now we're back testing it. My thought here at this stage is that this does not hold, and we end up continuing lower. That would be a great resolution of a broadening rising wedge.
Could look at equities too. If I'm looking for a long position on NASDAQ, I want to make sure my equities are bullish as well. So things like Apple, Google, Microsoft, I see Google's pushing higher. Microsoft's pulling back, but it might find support down here at the bottom of the range. NVIDIA, same thing. I'm looking for us to reverse back above our 180 level. That will help the NASDAQ flip bullish too.
Wow, Joseph, that's an interesting. Yeah, you know what? There might be some countries that would offer that. You like the setup on SoundHound right now, says Marcus James Reed. Let me look at that.
Nice.
What that's doing right now, because that has been a mover over the summer. Pretty good mover. This kind of going down here. Now, if this double bottoms intraday here down at 1557, that could potentially be as low as it goes for the rest of the regular session. We could just turn around and just go higher from here. Now, I needed to get some confirmation first to make sure that this is the double bottom for the day, because if not, then we could continue to lower into a descending triangle and potentially fall beneath 1550. So, Uber is ripping, says Izzy.
Oh, is Uber going? Uber was one from our earlier that we were looking at, because that was a big holder on who had, let's see, I think it was Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman, he has 21% of his portfolio is Uber. So he's got a lot of confidence in it.
They just made I thought they made a deal with some other company, one of the big companies. What was it? It was news from this week. I'm trying to find what it was. I thought they had partnered with somebody like Amazon or something like that. I'm probably not correct in saying that. But what was it? Does anybody remember? They were partnered with somebody. Eat my shorts.
News for who, on Uber or Ackman?
Uber. I thought they had partnered with another large company this week on something, and I can't remember for the life of me what it was.
It should be here in the Benzinga Pro News tab. And if it's not, I'll just reach through the computer and grab the producer.
Yeah, I'm not. I'd have to look at it closely, but I'm not seeing. It's not jumping out at me basically right now. But
yeah.
Anyway, reverse head and shoulders on Uber daily chart. You know what? Let me look at the daily chart then.
Let's see.
See this formation you're talking about here?
A little bit. I see. I almost see a regular head and shoulder. 404 producer not found.
I see the inverse he's talking about. It kind of starts in the middle of July, and the head is at August 1st. I kind of see that.
I don't know. I see more of a regular head and shoulders on this.
I see that too as well. This to me, I think I'd probably lean more bearish than bullish on this. But what I would need to see next is a loss of the 20 and 50-day SMAs. I think that's going to be a better signal that we are getting a resolution of that head and shoulders, and then we could see some more downside. Now, it is one of these kind of head and shoulders where you have the left shoulder being much larger and more pronounced than the right shoulder at this stage. So we could be also seeing something else here, like maybe it's a bear, another different bearish pattern that's forming here. But we'll see. I need to see a little bit more data out of this pattern first here, because if we manage to get back above 98, well, I'd consider this head and shoulders validated. But so I would need to see a little bit more. Let's see what happens with that 20 and 50-day SMA if we can still continue to hold above it, or if we get a breakdown.
Yep. I don't know. You know what it is too, guys? When we're drawing things like a head and shoulders, we have to remember that those could be very subjective, right? We could force a head and shoulders on almost any time frame and then try to convince ourselves that that's the right trade, and then it doesn't play out. Meanwhile, when we look at the chart on Uber here, we see we're creating higher highs. We haven't created a new higher high yet, but we could still get there. So this Head and Shoulders that might be a Head and Shoulders hasn't confirmed yet, because we could still continue higher and it won't make a Head and Shoulders. So the downside, I see we're making higher lows. So it is still a bullish sentiment, in my opinion, on Uber.
Now, let's say that there is going to be some downside ahead. For support, there's two areas that I'd be keeping an eye on, 87 and 82. I think those kind of stand out on their own, but if they don't, then I'm looking at 87 in the sense that that was where the high from October last year was, and it was also a bit of a resistance area until we had a big move through that took us up into the 90s. So that's going to be one level, 87, and then the other one is going to be 82, which was also a previous support area for quite a while. Actually, pretty much the entirety of 2024. And it wasn't until we did get a little bit of a pop above it in October of 24, but we didn't get a meaningful move and hold above it until this year in May. So I think 87 and 82 would be the levels of the downside that I'd be keeping an eye on if we are going lower from here.
Yep. Yeah, 82 is a good point. Bottom of our range over here, we have 86. Major swing lows over here, we have our 82s. Upside possibly 98. And yes, somebody mentioned in the comments that $100 mark too on Uber very well could happen this year.
I think Izzy was saying that $100 is what his target was for the summer, and he got it. Pretty much got it.
Did we get it?
Hey, that's good enough for me. I'm not going to argue over $3 on a stock that's now almost up to 100. I think that's close enough.
All right.
Look, there have been a lot of times where I'm like, no, I'm staying until it hits this target, and it doesn't hit the target, and then it starts going down, and I didn't take profit. I learned from that not to get too greedy and stubbornly go after my target. If it gets to a good enough spot, it's worth it to pay yourself on the way up.
100%. Always is. That's why I mentioned earlier when we're looking for even day trades, it's important to have multiple take profits so that when you scale out at your first target, that makes it a no-lose trade because you just locked in some profit. So if the rest goes to stop loss, you're covering it already. Yo, V-Hole man, have a great day. Have a great weekend.
Take care, V-Hole. And we have... I saw that news that they had partnered with Lucid and Baidu in July. Last week that might have been it. The partnership with Dollar General last week. I think that might have been it. Yeah. There you go, Zach. Yeah. So
I wonder.
Definitely pay yourself. Absolutely. Don't put the ARG in the target. That's a good one. I like that. All right, so looks like we're getting a little bit more of a market pull here. The Wolf is trading slightly above $9. It is at $9, trying to push up to that 930 area that I keep mentioning this morning. We'll see if it ends up getting there. PGen is still trying to push higher. It is at an area at 315 where that appears to be where some of this some sellers are. Also at 320, and you just have it looks like sellers every 5 cents up from here. So,
could it have been Dollar General?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, I was looking at it.
V-Hole man, I mentioned Uber in July partnered with Lucid and Baidu. Uber Eats last week partnered with Dollar General. That was what I was reading off. So yes, and thank you for looking up the article. There it is.
Yeah, for sure, guys. If you guys ever want to know what's going on with the company, come right to the Benzinga.com website, look up the ticker, and it will give you. Look how cool this is. It gives me. Let's see. Now it's going to give me ads. But if you look up the ticker, I looked up Uber, I clicked Uber, then you come over here to news, and it's going to give you any Benzinga article that referenced Uber. So now we can look through and say, okay, well, who did they work with? I was able to find, okay, look right here. Dollar General joins Uber Eats a nationwide delivery push. Perfect. Now I just got my answer.
Looks like SoundHound did end up going lower, so it's not looking like we're going to get a double bottom intraday here. My support that I have is going to be at 1550, and we're almost there. 1552 is the low of the session. If we lose 1550, I'd be looking at $15 a cycle level. It's also a level that I've got marked off here. That would be the next area of support I'd be looking at for SoundHound.
Yep. And after 15, man, if we break through 15, I $13.99, $14, but that's a big support zone. So this big blue area we had, that was our gap. We held it as resistance a few times. Now we're above it. We would want to see if we could hold it as support. That's going to be right in this area right here. So that's at that $13.99. That's where I would consider possibly some longs on SOUN.
And here we are. We're actually right at the same price at the lows from Wednesday. This is where Wednesday we were bottoming. So here we are back again. So if we don't turn around here and we start heading lower, I do think that we are going to start seeing some of those lower $15 amounts.
Awesome, yes. Guys. Good stuff.
He certainly did, James. He certainly did.
What?
Uncle Warren helped with UNH today. If not, I mean, the filing is really what helped it, because as Kevin was wonderfully pointing out earlier, he has been, Berkshire has been buying this, earlier, and we just got the filing yesterday. But yes, absolutely, that filing, that 13F, definitely helped UNH today. Absolutely. Gary's saying Tivik popping. Is that finally doing stuff?
Yeah, right. It took all day.
Got support from the 65 EMA. It did pop through some of these smaller EMAs, the 9 and the 15, but it has not recaptured VWAP yet, even though we are moving toward it. I have VWAP at 454, and we are we're about 28 cents away from that. Yeah, we're not at 300 likes yet. Thank you, Sideshow, for mentioning. Yeah, let's get some likes. Let's hit 300.
That's right, guys. That's right. We want to shoot for 300 today, guys. Yesterday, you guys were amazing. We hit 260, so let's try to at least beat that. Right now, we are currently sitting around 230, so we're getting there, guys. Hit that like button if you haven't. We're dropping some great knowledge today, giving you guys some great trade setups, showing you guys how awesome this Benzinga Pro platform is. And not only Benzinga Pro, but their website alone, which again is free for everybody to find information on whatever stock and company you're looking for. So give a like to Benzinga. Got to show them some love, guys.
Let's get Kevin Leonidas and his 300 likes. Let's get it.
And don't forget, guys, we have Anne-Marie coming up too. So that's also going to be another fantastic segment.
And a great opportunity to hit that like some more.
Hey, 13, that's my job to annoy them with the hit the like button.
All right. Have fun. Here we go with more upside here in PGen. You guys weren't wrong about it. We're coming up to that 330 area. It is still moving kind of slow for one of the movers we were looking at today. Still, upside is upside. 330, next area that I'd be looking at here for resistance. Do see some sellers in the way at 325. We did mention earlier that every 5 cents, it seems like there's a large wall of sellers. So just keep that in mind as this continues to go up. Every 5 cents is going to be a new issue. Eat. Get it.
Let's take a look at Google. Somebody asking about Google. I think they asked earlier too. Wow, Google near all-time highs. Is that all-time highs? Yeah, look at that.
Yep, give it to us. Invalidate that head and shoulders that Ryan and I were worried about.
Yep. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Once Google could surpass 208 and get towards like 210, I would like to see us retest this like 206 area to take some a long-term position on Google. That is fantastic, man.
Open with a big pop here, starting to get some movement with this one. Looks like it's heading for that 365 pre-market high. We've got a big seller in the way at 350 though. Awesome. About 230 plus thousand shares. It's got to chew through before going higher.
Ooh. Damn, look at MSTR, guys. MSTR had this rejection zone on it from 403 all the way to 450. Because every time price came into that zone, even as late as November 2024 of last year, we've been rejecting that zone. We came into it again this year, May. We rejected it again. Came into it again here in July, rejected it again. And one more time here in August, we rejected it again. So I would like to see, this is a pretty good buying opportunity down here on something like MSTR for a buy the dip if we can try to make our way back higher again with that Bitcoin strength we should add.
Open through that. They took out that wall of sellers at 350. A lot of sellers still trying to reload from here, 350 to 360. Chester, excellent. Stops in the money now for PGen. He's not losing on this trade. Bob mentioning open. Yeah, this definitely did pop. We're taking a look at that right now.
Look at that.
355. Yeah, open looking pretty good here. I'm keeping an eye on that 365 pre-market high. That's the highest we've got so far.
Fantastic, man. Open, dude, beautiful off of that low volume shelf to the downside over there. Those 320s we had called out this morning before we had our market open. Fantastic hold off of those lows. That's why I always say, guys, we want to buy the lows, sell the highs. We look to trade the trend. We do not want to try to take the breakout.
One thing with MSTR, I've got the 200-day SMA at 352.60. We are going to be coming down to that pretty soon as support. That's going to be the next area of support that I see. We do have an area probably just a little bit before that, possibly at 360, but that's a psych level. I expect there to be some support there, but I think the bigger support is going to be down at that 200-day SMA.
Awesome.
Oh,
that's an MSTR.
Look, hey, Kevin, you got another Kevin here saying that we hope we guys crush the rest of my Friday. And you know what? I intend to. I'm going to have a great Friday. I don't I'll be doing a whole lot of trading, but I've got some other stuff to do, and I'm going to crush those responsibilities.
You know what? You know what, Kevin? I wasn't going to have a great Friday, but now that you mention it, I think I will. Of course I will, guys. We had to host this amazing show this morning with you guys. We had some great call-outs, some great zones, some great education, great knowledge base. I mean, this is a no-nonsense place if you guys want to learn to trade and make some money doing it.
Getting a mention here from Alex that run looks squeezy, and certainly it does have the short interest to do it. If the question is, where does this squeeze to? I think if we're going to talk about just today, it looks like a 11 is certainly going to be on the table, maybe even a little bit higher at 1140. But I think if we are going to see a big squeeze, the real big question for me is, can we get above 12? That's where I think a lot of the resistance is going to come into play.
Yep.
Oh, Gary, don't over stuff yourself, sir. For crazy
nonsense all dollar bills. I like that nonsense all dollar bills, because if it ain't about $1, it don't make sense.
Him's catching dip buyers for some reason. Maybe if it's oversold, heavily, there'll probably be some bargain hunters picking that up down there. Let me look at. Is Newegg finally crushed? Well, that was on a run for a while, so it needed to come back in. But let me look at HIMS. We are almost time to ready to go to Anne-Marie. So I'll look at HIMS, and then Kevin, if you want to start my wrap up, I'll
listen. If you want to pull up HIMS, we'll do HIMS, and then we'll get the Anne-Marie up here. We'll go over some options with her, some option plays we could take, go over UNH option plays. I'm excited, guys.
Looks like HIMS does have a little bit of a gap that it's moving up towards. That gap is going to be from, it's going to be from the 12th and 11th of August, 11th and 12th of August. Not a very big gap, but it starts at about 860 and comes up to approximately 49.75, maybe about $50. So you have a little bit of a dollar gap there that we're coming up to. But I would think that it might run into some resistance on the way up at about 48. Not sure. Looks like it's trying to find some footing. Nothing's confirmed here for me yet. I need to see a little bit more recovery, particularly some trading over 48.
Yep. Yeah, HIMS was a fantastic mover, guys, this year. Up until obviously the past month or two, it sort of ran out of steam. But any earlier investors from last year or even earlier this year in January, February, were given a very nice return on investment. With that being said, like 13 mentions, this is now a trade the range opportunity. We would want to buy near 35, near 30s, sell near 60s, not sell, take a short position, but once we take our longs, be able to exit at the highs. Hey, you got it, Sassy Butterfly. Absolutely. Have a great weekend.
Yes,
Guys,
the same, Sassy. Absolutely.
guys, we're getting close, and I think I'm getting a phone call. Who is that? Hello? Is that Anne Marie? Are we bringing on the one and only? There she is, guys. Drop that like button for Anne Marie. We're bringing in the one and only 13. Thank you so much for being here
Absolutely.
today. What a great show today and yesterday as well with you. So happy to be here.
Kevin, it's been a great time with you these past couple of days. It's always great to be training with you when we have to let Ryan take his vacation and get a little bit of cooling off. So happy to be here with you, man. I look forward to the next time. I think Ryan has another vacation coming up, so I'll see you then. Folks, I'll see you all on Monday. Have a great time with Anne Marie. We'll see Ryan pretty soon on Monday with me. Until then, take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.
Take care, 13. Have a great weekend. And now, guys, let's bring on a drum roll, please. And Anne Marie, hello. I'm so happy to be trading with you here today, Anne Marie. How you doing?
I'm happy to be here with you too, Kevin. I do want to apologize to our audience. You will hear some construction in the background. Hopefully it's not traumatic, but they are ripping the floors up in a corner of the house. So I had hoped they would not be ripping it up at this time, but unfortunately it is what it is. So I'll let you ask some questions. I'll run into things and then I'll be very, very quiet and hopefully run through it.
Listen, that's all right. That's all right. Did you want to bring your screen up and we'll go over some charts? We'll go over some options. You can show us what you're looking at. Do you want to get started with UNH?
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So, so embarrassed.
That's all right.
So here's what we're looking at. Let's go to UNH. I have got a sweet trade cooking for the patient trader. It's going to be very, very nice. So here's the interesting thing happening with UNH. We've been watching it for a while. It had one gap down after earnings, and then this continual gap down with litigation things, and then another fade right after the last earnings. And so that entire formation really looked like confidence being lost across the board. So the question is, where did they come into? That number, the floor of support for institutional accumulation, looks like $230. That probably is the support zone. And so the next thing would be, how are they going to recover? And so what we have are two elements. We have the first element from May, that's a monthly candlestick, big volume. I am just like you, Kevin. I use volume primarily, set up prices into that volume, and then work from the trade. So we're looking at this high volume event for May that puts us inside of this box. So right now, this is our battleground. Until we break over 400, there's an opportunity for traders to trade sideways into this space or potentially come back down to the floor where will be another buying event. The big storyboard is going to be getting back up over this inventory accumulation event. It took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks before it broke out, retested and held. That number's 433, and then back up to new highs eventually. How long that will take, we have no idea, but here's the setup I have for us. So assume that because Warren Buffett bought it, that we're going to have ourselves an upside drift over the long haul. And he doesn't normally buy something and then go, okay, I'm selling it a month later, right? It is.
He's known for being a bit of a holder.
Yes, exactly. I wish it was a bulldog snoring. I could just lift him up and move him to the other room. So here's what we see. I have the January. Let me make sure. I've tried to make this. Whoops, wrong one. I've tried to make this as big as.
Oh, like your text?
Yeah. So let's go to extra large.
Oh, there we go.
All
Nice.
right. Kaboom. All right. And so this is moving around, right? Right now it says $1.79, but it's been all the way down to 3 pennies and then all the way up to where it's sitting at the high at $1.85. Put this order in at the 70 to 65 cent range and just leave it good till cancel. Your order flow platform should give you at least 90 days of that. And so look at what it gives us. $8,000 of upside and $4,000 of downside. Now, why do we have this? Because it's a 1 by 3 by 2 butterfly. So we're going to buy 1, we're going to sell 3, and we're going to buy 2. So when you have a 1 by 3 by 2, you double the size of the range here above, and you make it half of what that size is, right? So if you've got a floor 660 to 700, that's $40. In order to have no margin, you'd need to have the top side that's showing $80, and that's what we've got. So at the end of the day, the only thing you have to risk is what you paid for the butterfly. And so there's a lot of volume moving into the chart. If you are saying to yourself, listen, $8,000 of upside, $200 of exposure, I'm just going to go buy 1 now, that's perfectly fine. But don't load the boat here. The delta is really high for a butterfly. It's a 26 delta. And so price action is going to move into that space. Is it going to take patience? Yes, but it's going to be worth it. If you say to yourself, well, maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I'm just looking for the potential run up into the Santa Claus rally. And so I'm going to look at January. What might that look like? Well, that would look like the following. You'd want to do the 400, right? And if you want your spread to be tight and it not be super expensive, you could sell 2 of the 430s and buy 1 of the 460s, right? $3,000 upside, $3,000 downside, maximum risk, $67, where you would buy it right now. That's going to give you, do you see how this call spread from December just dropped in half?
Yep.
It literally is going to flex all over the place. So put a nice cheap order in there and let the market do its work. For this one, up at 400 to 430, it works very nicely because it moves right up into old support and higher old support. So this area up here is going to be a really nice sweet spot for the traders. It's going to take a little bit of patience, but again, Buffett has owned Occidental Petroleum, OXY, for a long time, and that thing has just gone all over the place. It's gone up, it's gone down, it's stayed sideways. So let's assume that the long haul is what we're waiting on. This is going to make a sweet, sweet trade. All right.
That's looking good, Anne-Marie. Thank you for that, guys. Make sure you hit that like button for Anne-Marie, dropping some great trade ideas for us. A really nice setup that we could take ourselves, guys. Thank Anne-Marie for that. Drop a like. That's all she asks. Fantastic stuff. Are you ready for the weekend?
I'm ready for reading some of these hilarious notes. Is that her husband snoring in the
Oh
other?
yeah, we have a funny
That
crowd in here
is
today. That's for sure.
hilarious. That sound is causing the SPY to fall. That is even funnier. Listen, this has been happening for 4 days. My head is literally exploding. It hurts so bad all the time.
Are you getting work done, or is it a neighbor?
Oh no, it's us. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's us. We just,
Oh, so you're not allowed to complain then.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. It's your own fault, Missy. All right, let's go to Palo Alto.
Yeah. Nice. That's a good one.
Yeah. So the producer dropped some things down in the chat for me earlier. So
No, we don't have to listen to him.
So this is super interesting. We've got earnings. What is this, Monday?
On Panda, let's see.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marcus. I appreciate that. My goal is always to bring sunshine, and there's no easier way to do that than with a smile.
Oh, I love that.
So let's take a look at this one. Let's look at the daily. So Palo Alto has really been a behemoth in the space of security, right? But if you look at the last year of its performance, I mean, literally, you could have bought over here in August of 24 and you'd be flat. So this is a space where you really are looking at the timing event for what the chart might be up against. And so what I want to do is let's take a look at the highest volume candle in the range. It puts us right here. Now notice what just happened. For whatever reason, obviously this is some kind of news event, but for whatever reason, when this gapped down, the traders, it gapped up the very next day. The buyers could not hold it. And so they faded. Now, this is normally a 1-to-1. Notice what happens when, oh, wrong candlestick. Let's just do this again. No, that's fine. This is normally a 1-to-1. So I'm going to move it down here. And wouldn't you know, it loses that candle, goes 1-to-1, finds a floor and bounces up, but it cannot get over the midline of the range here. So that's not good. That's something that says buyers are having a hard time holding their purchase, to use a climbing term. They aren't able to do it. And so this thought of mine leads me to think that if we have a bounce, they have got to blow earnings out. They absolutely have got to blow earnings out, because if they don't, it's going to be a continuation to the downside. So what might that look like if we're going to trade both sides of that formation? Now, it is my opinion that Palo Alto remains the leader in the space. They're just in a massive consolidation, and the deep dips are going to bring buyers to the fray back up over that 200 to 230 point level. At this juncture, I'm seeing tech show up a bit weaker. So we're seeing sector rotation. So if you had to back against the wall, which direction would you trade? I would say, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if we had a fade into the space. But true to form, I estimated this about Palantir, and it absolutely ripped the doors off of everything and moved all the way to the ceiling. So let's plan both trades. The next heavy volume event is here. And so That's going to be a resistance zone all the way to the top of this bar. So 87 is going to be the top of the frame. And then the bottom of the frame will be 65. So let's see if we can get some cheap butterflies from 65 and 85 and see what we can put together. All right. So time, let's use September. The butterflies will be cheaper and we'll be able to hold the pressure event. So first thing is the 165. We can buy the 165, sell 2 of the 155s, and buy 1 of the 145s. That gives us $127 of exposure for $1,000 of potential upside if it floats all the way down into 155. My thought with butterflies are the following. If you can get 2 to 3x, it's great. But if you try to be a greedy pig with these, very often you're going to get your face ripped off. So you want to be careful there. The next one is the 185, 195, 205 butterfly, and that's $1.09. So the question might be, do you want to take both of these butterflies or just one? And my thought would be, okay, we do believe the dips are going to be buy zones. So if you're thinking about forward motion, I would wait until after the earnings and then make the decision. If you're a little bit of a gambler, you can take both of them. Opportunity exists there for movement on both sides. It could be a reflexive motion where the put might work out in the morning and the call might work out in the afternoon, or vice versa. Just focus on that price action event. Look for 2 to 3x max, and then say, you know what, I'm going to get out of here. And watch your risk. You want a 50% stop loss, unless you're trading the reflexive motion, where one of them is going to pay off and then the other one is going to pay off. And then that one you might have to have at 75% risk. But that's the trade for Palo Alto. Anne-Marie, could I just take a strangle into earnings? Well, you could, but
if you want to get crushed both ways.
Exactly. My thought is always never buy premium without helping other premium pay for it. So my brain is always looking on the side of what can I look at that makes price action look clean to me? And the options are far too expensive to trade on the long end unless you're a dice roller. And if you're into that, then have at it. But I got to tell you, after 2 decades and then some of being in the game, what's the bad rule? Is it snake eyes? I don't know which one it is. Whatever the bad roll is, that could easily be something that could happen. So use caution there. Do you want to look at? Do we have time for?
Yeah, we got some time for another.
Yeah. So do you want to look at Amazon? What do you want to look at? Let me do something for you specifically, Ken.
Oh, me. Oh, man. Oh, geez. I mean, NVIDIA or Microsoft?
Perfect.
That's up to you.
Let's do it.
All right.
So NVIDIA's got some earnings.
Yep.
On the horizon. This is a very interesting space. Now, here's something super important. Just like you, I stare down volume a lot. And so we've got this highest volume candlestick that began on the 31st. And ever since then, we are essentially gathering inventory here. So what are the things that might have happen when you begin to gather inventory? Remember, the market's sole goal, the sole goal of the market is to facilitate trade, and that means in any direction. They're there to facilitate trade. The bad rule is 7 in craps. As you can tell, I don't roll dice for fun. So I used to have a class where we had a probability class, and all we would do is roll dice and play cards all day. It was absolutely fantastic.
That's
Best
pretty
college
cool.
class. Yeah, it was awesome. So this area right here is sort of a critical mass zone. The base, 175, the high of it, about 185. So we're looking at the same sort of structure. Let's see what the chains are telling us. And I've got a lot of trades sitting in here. So let me move these out of the way. And so let's have a peek. If we're trading, we can look right at
Oh, it's starting again.
Yeah. I can't imagine doing that for a living. It would
right.
just be
That's why we like our numbers.
I know, right? All right, so let's take a look. We have 175 on the downside. So if we go 175, 2000, okay. You know what? The traders have told us 170 is the number to watch because of the volume right there. So let's choose 170.
Now, what was telling you 170 over 175?
The volume.
Oh, I see that 9,000
interest, 50,000 of open interest, 9,800 in new volume. So that's going to be the edge of the platform for us. So we have 170 to 160 to 150. Now the question might be, Emery, why have butterflies that are 10 points wide? Well, the 5-point butterflies are so much cheaper. Yes, but the shape of a butterfly's probability curve looks like the top of a triangle. And the skinnier the triangle gets, the lower the probability of the win rate. And so we make it as fat as we can without paying too much, and then we work it out in the distance. So here we have 170, 160, 150. It's a regular butterfly. It's not like the United Healthcare butterfly that was a 1 by 3 by 2. This is a 1 by 2 by 1. Why? Because it's expiring right now, and we don't want to end up upside down in a trade when we absolutely don't have to be. Okay, and interestingly, the volume profile for this chart suggests that if we lose anywhere near this 160, we've got to move all the way down to 130. So there's quite a bit of weakness in the volume profile there. So now let's look at the top end. It is 185. So let's look at, and again, 190 is where the option sellers are telling us. Now, 185 has the highest open interest. And today, 190 has the highest volume. So if we split the difference and then went, you know what, here's my thought. I think if it moves up, they're going to try and test 200. It's just the big fat round number. Everybody's super excited about it. So let's do that. 190 to 200 to 210, $1.24. So for $2.35, or $235, you get $1,000 of potential upside. The goal would be for one of these to pay off 3 or 4 to 1, and then you would get out of the trade. But to me, this is clearly what it's saying. They are waiting for some kind of catalyst to push them out of the box. So let's choose the bottom of the box and run with it. We choose the bottom of the box or the top of the box. We assume catalyst is going to be earnings, and then we just trade in the direction that the box gives us.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Was just confirming. I believe we have Sandra Stone
Yes.
after you, right? Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
Sorry, I was making sure, speaking with the
Yes.
producer, I wasn't sure if we end after you or we roll over to her. So that is awesome. Hey, happy Friday. Happy Friday, Aaron. Happy Friday, Sandra. We have a fantastic show, great Friday show here on our pre-market playbook today, guys.
Yeah, it's been a joy having you. I mean, of course, we love Ryan, but as far as somebody to fill in, my thought is that you are at the top of the heap. Big fan of the way that you trade. I feel like it's very organized, very structured, and really you're following the most important things to follow. And that is, can we see what big footprints are telling us? Yep. And the only way we can see what big footprints are telling us are by looking at the volume candlesticks and assessing them that way. So big fan, happy that Ryan chooses you to fill in, and that's awesome.
Thank you. Me too. It's a pleasure. I host a show. I started with Benzinga about a year ago on Futures Fever for Futures Show. And yeah, they liked how it was. I started as a guest, and now here we are covering, helping Ryan out when he needs it. If 13 needs some coverage, it's a pleasure. I love trading and I love teaching and I love speaking with people like yourself. It really makes this industry, it makes it better, in my opinion. It's what this industry needs. We need to be lifting each other up and helping.
Exactly. We don't have a ton holding us in a space where we have edge. And so anytime we can share with each other and learn from each other, and that takes a little bit of open-mindedness, because if you are a person that goes, I don't even look at volume, then you might be inclined to go, well, okay, maybe I will look at volume for just a second to see what else is there. Again, exploration of ideas and being open-minded in general is going to build strength as a trader. You can't, what got you here won't get you there, and most of us want to be there and not here.
That's right. But we can't force it, and we can't compare where we are to the next guy.
Exactly. Because here's my other one. Comparison is the thief of joy.
That's right. Oh, I say that too. I love it. That is awesome. That is great.
Absolutely.
Henry, thank you so much for being here today. Did you have any last minute remarks about trading, options, the setups you showed us today?
So today is options expiration. And overnight, we had a pretty outsized pre-market volume participation. And so when this sort of thing happens, we have to sit and say, okay, does our pre-market action hold? And the first thing it did this morning is break down, and it's failing to retest. So I would not be surprised to see us move back down into the space as contracts roll over, and then potentially a reflexive bounce. I would just say watch your size today.
Yeah, 100% agreed on that, because I feel like same situation as you, right? It feels like markets are trying to turn over a little bit, give us a pullback, but I'm not convinced that we hit our highs and we're going to start being bearish. We're still in a bull market. We're still creating higher highs, still creating higher lows. There is good structure. No matter what our PPI comes in and says, our job reports, markets are staying strong until we get some type of geopolitical or economic, or we have Trump meeting with Putin today, until something major happens, like earlier this year when he announced the tariff situation and markets sold off 20%. Well, could they give us something else to either continue us higher or give us that push lower?
Yeah, totally agree with you. Totally agree. So I'm looking forward to seeing Sandy. Going to be awful. Is it awful? I'm thinking about the background.
Thinking of noise, yeah.
Sorry. It's going to be awesome that Sandy's here. I want to know, should I say goodbye? Is she ready to go? Or
Yeah, if you want, we could wrap it up here. Anne-Marie, thank you so much for being here today and going over those great trade setups. I'm excited to see how they play out.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Awesome. Great having you with us. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Sorry about the noise.
That's all right. We pushed right through it like a champ. All right, guys. Now we're going to bring on Sandra. Sandra, hello.
Good. Hello. How are you today,
How are you
Kevin?
doing? Happy Friday.
Not too bad. I was prepared today to say what is, he always does a little opening that always makes me chuckle in the morning. And so I was, as I was preparing, I was thinking, have you ever had a bad hair day on a Friday? If you did, subscribe, hit that button. And as I was looking at all my gray hair today, I was like, I'm going to say that when I come on. He's going to get a kick out of that.
That's great. I know I did. That's a great Ryan impression. We're going to have to tell him. So what do you have in store for us?
Well, you know what? We're going to talk about option flow. I love the fact that Anne-Marie was talking about footprints. I'm going to go ahead and just talk a little bit about that, as well as dark pools, how that's used for support and resistance. The other thing too is, just looking at some of the basic charts for the overall breadth. And we are bullish. I totally agree with you, but we may have some consolidation coming up.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to it. Have a great show and take care. So nice to meet you. Take care, everybody.
Nice to meet you as well, Kevin. Have a nice weekend. All right. So typically, we have an intro, but it looks like it's not on, so I wasn't prepared to jump right into it. But good morning, Benzinga. Hope you guys are having a great week. So as I take a look at my chart, let's go over a couple things. So definitely, right, this is Darvis. If you don't know about it, it's basically a consolidation band that we actually broke out. We had been in this band, and you could see that it was highlighted for quite some time here. And so now we've broken out, and we had basically a couple good days of positive consolidation. And now we're breaking down just a little bit. 15 points on SPX, not that big of a deal. However, certainly not having that like strong morning, breakout continuation. So as we take a look at that, let's take a look at, you can see in the morning, we've had a couple gaps. We've been gapping, and yet today, not so much. And so as we take a look at this, you can see that we had, we came up. It's amazing how some of these indicators are spot on. This is my trend pivot line. You can see that it was already there prior to this move this morning. You could see the Darvis man, it was already there prior to this move. And where does the move actually come and hit? Right there. So very nice to see where that level is. We're really looking at SPX breaking above 64.81 for some continuation, and that would be just for today because this is a 5-minute. If we wanted to take a look at an hourly, you could see that we are above our last week, our what do I want to say? What's the word I'm looking for? It's the last pivot high, right? On an hourly, this little area right here at 64.26 was the last pivot high. An hourly chart, way better confirmation of what's happening in the market versus a 5 or 15 minute. But it's certainly the smaller time frames give you a snapshot for kind of like, what's happening next, where this is saying, hey, what's happening within the hour? And so as we stay above the last pivot high at 64.26, that is bullish. And so as we stay above that level, we are still in a bullish range. And you can tell for the last couple days on an hourly that the Darvis had come up several times, indicating, hey, look, we're in consolidation. And what happens after we're in consolidation? Well, we either accumulate or we distribute. So we're either going higher or we're going lower. And so here is this level today on an hourly. If we look at a 15, which is a nice daily, you could see that we're holding that Darvis. By the way, if you're interested in this indicator, feel free, email me, Sandra@tradingmadesimple.org. I'll get it over to you. So here you can see 64.51. And let's see, the high end is right above. And that's because this morning we had a wick that actually broke above it, but no continuation yet. But this is a sign that we may end up breaking above it if we don't break, right, our last pivot low on a 15. If we break our last pivot low, we're going lower. If we break our last pivot high, we're going higher, right? So this is all the probabilities. And by the way, I wish when I was in college, my statistics and probabilities class was rolling dice and playing blackjack. That would have been a great class. So, but instead, my statistics class was very, very dry. But the one simple fact is that, as these levels break, your probabilities, right, are just basically confirming that, hey, you have a higher probability of reaching a higher high when a level is break. But it needs to hold it, right, guys? It needs to hold it. So that's the important lesson for basically consolidation. I think 13 points on a SPX this morning. We're already a couple hours into the trading day. I think that's relatively flat. In fact, looking at a butterfly that I have on today, just looking because of the consolidation that I see on the charts on many time frames, is this morning a good time to do a butterfly or a condor? I like the long condor because you have more room, right? So a butterfly is more narrow and you have to hit exactly on that line for max payout. Here, you got to just stay within the short strikes. So if you stay within the short strikes, you're basically getting, right, your max payout. And so that ends up being a little wider. Definitely more expensive up front, but you can see if you like a higher probability butterfly or type of fly, right? It's just called a long condor. And what it does is it's basically, all calls or all puts. And regardless of what side you put this on, it's not going to matter, just like a regular butterfly. It's not going to matter. The profits are typically about the same, and so are your buffers and your wings. However, sometimes based on a volatility skew, you can actually get better pricing if you check them both out. So once you line up your trade and you're looking at what the cost of that trade is, go ahead and switch any type of butterfly you got on, even a condor, go ahead and switch it to a all puts. So this is all calls. If I switched it to all puts, which I did this morning, it didn't benefit me in cost. They were about the same. But sometimes you'll see a volatility skew, and it can seriously reduce the cost that you get into it. And when you reduce the cost that you get into it, you also oftentimes reduce the reward. So you want to just check that out. So this is the butterfly I got on today, looking for consolidation. It's up a little bit, still needs, this is a 0 DTE. It needs to get some time on its side. And then as we take a look at SPX, let's take a look at the entire market and kind of get what is the market doing? And, why is SPX just kind of staying in a small range right now? Well, when you look at the market, you can see that we have a couple big hitters here that are green. They're bullish. And then we have a lot of smaller players in the mix that are red. So financials not doing that great. Communications looking awesome, right? Consumer discretionary, not that good unless you're in Amazon. And even Amazon is, because it's getting darker and changing colors, it's kind of leaning towards getting bearish here. UNH, big news in UNH. So that looked like it was a buy. A lot of big players getting into that. And you can see that that is definitely bright green. Healthcare overall, though, looking good. And by the way, when we say healthcare is looking good, what does that actually mean? Well, healthcare is typically a defensive play. So as you see some of the name brands, right, the Mega 7 and all of that, not really flowing together as one unit, utilities, healthcare, tends to be a kind of a as well as consumer staples, right? Kind of tends to be kind of a protection mode. These sectors typically rise when our tech sector's going down. So financials looking weak here. Let's see, Apple looks like a big down day. Cisco, hot and cold, hot in the sense that it is getting to be a bright red color, which would say it's on fire to continue to go down. So that's as a snapshot. I just love looking at this in the morning when I may have missed the open or I was on an appointment, and I just want to say what's going on. And once you see what's going on, then you can kind of get your bearings and start going through your watch list. So let's take a look at flow, because footprints. So when we talk about footprints on a chart, right, we're really looking at these bars and trying to identify what price action is doing. Now, typically speaking, we have momentum low. Let's just break it down really quick on a 15-minute. Momentum's low. It's below the zero line. If you don't have a momentum indicator, and they're typically oscillators on your chart looking like this is an oscillator, you should, because momentum drives price. So if momentum is driving price and you're typically a person that always favors the bullish side of things, you could look at the momentum indicator if you were, charting out a day trade and say, that's actually looking very bearish on SPX as an example. Should I really get into a bullish play right now? And the answer is no. Wouldn't you rather wait until it breaks that zero line to give you a higher probability that momentum is entering this ticker? And who is entering this ticker? All of these bars on the chart are really all institutional money going in. And so as we take a look at momentum breaking at the zero line, look at that nice engulfing candle right there. Also breaking above the 20 EMA, which I love as a kind of an easy trend finder. And then we have the confirmation candle, right? And then we're toying with this upward vertical trend line. By the way, this was yesterday. And so as we take a look at today, we toyed with that vertical trend line as well as our I always like get a brain fade right there. That's our last pivot high. And so as we toy with that resistance level right there, we got two resistance levels right there. And then all of a sudden you can see that we drop back down. And what do? Look at where momentum is right here. It's telling you, it's confirming, hey, people are leaving. They're leaving this index. And so as we take a look at that, you can see, even though we've had a couple green candles on a 15-minute, this really is heading where? Right towards our support area, which is our last pivot low on a 15-minute chart. So this pivot trend line not only gives you the verticals, but it also gives you the horizontal pivots. Pivots, I think, are really important because it really identifies what your resistance level is for that time period. And it changes for each time period. So if you're trading a 15-minute or you're looking at a day chart or you're looking at a 5-minute for a day trade, it could really help you with support and resistance. And it gives you your range, right? So this is our range for the day as far as our pivots. So if we were to drop down as an example on a 5-minute chart, let's see if we can see anything from here. You can see on a 5-minute, we're already hitting our support line here. We broke through the vertical trend line, and now, which is bearish, we, excuse me, we broke through the 20 EMA, giving you confirmation, right? We broke through a 5-minute consolidation band. That's 3 pieces of evidence right there. In the trading world, we call it confluence. And now we're breaking through our 5-minute pivot low. So now we're actually breaking through that. Now, if we get a confirmation candle on the 5-minute, and look at where our momentum is, guys. Talk about footprints, right? I really love a momentum oscillator. It really resonates with me. Since trading is so subjective, you really want to identify something that's resonating with you, because what's resonating with me may not be what's resonating with you. People look at artwork and, one person thinks it's crazy and the other person is in love with it. It's a masterpiece. And so when you look at the chart, you're really trying to make a decision based on that information. And how do you do that? It shouldn't be a gut feeling. If it's a gut feeling, go to Vegas. You're gambling. And by the way, you're going to have way more fun in Vegas, because when you lose money here, you didn't get a cocktail, you didn't get a free show, you didn't get a free room, you got nothing. You got violated is what you did in seconds. I always like that joke. So yeah, if you're doing this based on a gut, you're gambling, go to Vegas. We're really looking for confirmation of our thesis, right? We're looking at this. We're saying, hey, if we break below this vertical trend line as well as this consolidation band, there's a higher probability that we keep going down. What's the next move? So we come up to the consolidation band on a 5-minute, and we see that we hit it, but we didn't break through it to change that trend, right? So we're coming back to test the lower limit of that consolidation band. What happens? We broke it. There's evidence number 2, right? Okay, we're just patting on the confidence that you should be getting based on your analysis. Now, we broke below the 20. I love the 20 EMA. That's more evidence right there. And then we broke the previous low. Now we're testing it right now. If we pop back in here, then it was a fake out. And then where's our next resistance level? Right at that vertical trend line, which is awfully close to that other consolidation band. But if we end up breaking above this consolidation band, breaking above the 20, then we can start to see, right, the environment change. Now, these changes are happening relatively quickly because we're on a 5-minute chart. It's somewhat noisy. If you're trading on a 1-minute chart, oh, believe me, you talk about noise. It's impossible to trade with consistent profits on a 1-minute chart. It's very, very difficult, I believe, in my opinion. So as we take a look at this, we're coming right back into our range. And what does that mean when we come back into our range? Well, when we come back into our range, remember, if we're range trading, we're in a range. We don't have really anything that's causing a lot of volume in the market. Then you buy a call at support and you buy a put at resistance. And as we take a look at our range today, right, this was a fake out. We always want a confirmation candle. It's the easiest way to identify fake outs. I mean, it's easy and high probability. And what I mean is like, if you're trading on a 5-minute candle in this example, we had a 5-minute candle break the pivot low, and then the next candle is still laying on top of it, right? So in order to remove yourself from a trade from that consolidation, if you're a long call buyer and a long put buyer, then you really want one single candle on that same time frame to just break it. If it breaks it, and let's say the next candle starts as an example, and we start right over here at the 20, right? That means that we broke above that pivot low and we're clear of it. We're not keep touching it. When it keeps touching or laying on top of it, each and every candle on the chart that you're looking at, then you're just in a fake out consolidation zone. And so that break, even with all the confluence, all the evidence that you kind of analyze the chart with, it's not complete, not until you get that confirmation candle that, oh, you know what, this is a fake out, or this is a confirmation of a breakdown. All we need is one confirming candle below here, right? Not touching that line, not touching any of those things that we're looking at. Because as soon as it touches, all you need is a confirmation candle away from that indicator, that level, whatever you're using. And then that confirmation candle away from that support or resistance zone or vertical trend line gives you a clear picture, a clearer picture, not 100%, nothing is in trading, but it certainly reduces your fake out. And of course, sitting in a position where it's just going to consolidate and burn the premium off your long call, long put. I hope that made sense to you. And so as we look at momentum now taking a push up on a 5-minute, now we're looking at, okay, what's going to happen next? And look at this 5-minute candle, right? Nice engulfing 5-minute candle. We call this a matching low, typically seen in fake outs, basically, right? You got the breakdown candle, and then the next candle starts in the opposite direction at its same low as the previous candle. And that's typically means fake out. Do you have to learn all this stuff? I don't think so. We actually teach people, by the way, at tradingmadesimple.org, we teach people that have never traded options before how to trade with automation. So that's our niche, is trading options as well as stock contracts with automation using your own platform. No third-party software you got to manage on, your computer system or download it inside where it has access to your operating system and personal information. So what this does is basically you're just learning how to do OCO orders on your own platform as well as IPKR. We have coaches that do this every single day. We live trade every day. And we have a great community where there's always live events and training and trading, right? So this is really helpful information, of course, if you don't already have this knowledge. And then as you can see, we have now the confirmation candle away from our support level that was toying with it. And now we're like, okay, we're back in our range. So we're back in our range and we just broke above the 20. That's a plus. Both those things are a plus, being back into our range and breaking above the 20. Where's the next level? Well, that first level here that we broke that vertical trend line as well as the consolidation band, and we're coming right up to it now. We just broke above it. Is it, does that mean that's it? It's a really good probability trade? Not yet, actually. Not yet. And the reason is we need to get these fine lines that we identify as, oh, that's negative. Oh, that's negative. Well, now you need to reverse it. So now we're back into our range, which is a plus. We're back above the 20, which is bullish. Now we are basically hitting our two resistance levels, our consolidation band here. We bypassed it, but we still are laying on top of it as far as this entire candle view. So we're laying on top of it. Now we're breaking above that vertical. If we can break above that vertical, the next candle, nice and clean above those levels, that's it. Our trend is changing. And what else do we have with us? Well, we also have momentum. We have momentum coming back into the market. Look where momentum was last in the market from the open. And wow, 10 minutes, guys. We had 10 minutes this morning. That momentum was above the zero line. And where have we been since? Down, down, down. Slow but surely, right? It's slow, but it's going. And then now we're finally breaking above it. We had a little fake out here, which was testing resistance. Had a fake out here, laying on top of a vertical trend line. And now we have confirmation on the momentum oscillator that we're getting positive. We'll see how high this goes, right? Typically speaking, when you're within that 100 range that's in between these two red bands here, then that typically is a choppy environment. And you usually get a nice big surge right when you're breaking that 100 line. You get a nice big surge, and typically you can see the trend start to change. What do I mean by that? Well, let's take a look at back here. If we take a look, you can see, we were bearish here, and this is just a 5-minute. You could do the same analysis on any time frame, guys. It doesn't matter. And so, because time is fractional in trading. And so as we look at this and we break above that zero line, that's this candle right here. Am I surprised that it's breaking through the 20 right here? I'm not, because I watch these charts. These are my favorite indicators, right? So not only did we break above the zero line here, we're coming up to the 100, and you can see where we consolidated right here, right underneath that 100 line. That's still choppy right there. But as soon, and look at how it's just consolidating, but as soon as we broke above that 100 line, look at the surge of the move, right? Then we're getting some actual movement. Then the next step was this resistance level at the last pivot high. This was all yesterday's, but just giving you an example to try to show you what's happening here, trying to look for another area. Just look to the left, look at the indicator, and you can see what it did in the past. So those are a couple things. I wanted to talk to you about option flow today, but we're getting close on time. Let's see how that butterfly is doing. Not bad. Total profit on this butterfly is $630. So, looking to get about 80% of that. And I'll be watching it because, if I'm at 70% and it starts to break lower, I'm not going to, hang on for dear life with any type of volatility or a tweet that I didn't know about that, I'm going to lose all my profits just for that 10%. So I'm pretty realistic about taking my profits. But as long as it stays within, right, my short strikes, then it's a pretty comfortable trade as time is passing, because time still helps this, right? Positioning and time. And so as you can see the pink, if you go to your analyze graph, you can take a look at any one of your active trades, and you can actually visually see what is happening. And that's important, right? It gives you confidence to make a decision. You need confidence to make a decision. So in order to do that, you can go ahead and take a look at this, and then you can create a game plan. So as an example, I'm an automator. I teach automation. I think automation is a benefit in any strategy that you trade, whether it's trend trading and using support and resistance levels is what we do. In fact, we just hit our 1-year log anniversary, and our trades for the year from 7/1 till present right now, I think is up like 130%. And this is automate. We automate on Sunday night. We let those trades play out during the week. We check it on Friday, close any trades before, or set up an automation to do that for us, right? And then we log our trades. And so this is what we do each and every Sunday night using a curated watch list that our professionals provide. And it's been working out great. And I think it's just a testament that you can just put effort, 1 hour of effort. That's like when you're new. But when you're experienced putting on your trades and you're not watching the coach do it live, or you're not watching the video that we create to do that, when you start getting the hang of this, and it doesn't take very long, then all of a sudden it takes 15 minutes on a Sunday. You got the watch list, you program your trades, and you let them play out. You could participate in the market and still go live your life, whether that's a job, family, vacation, etc. And so I really feel like automation, like why isn't the retail trader on automation when all the big institutions are working automation? They don't have a boiler, like a boiler room with a whole bunch of traders. It's all done with computers and automation. And we should be doing the same. I've been doing it for 7 years. I love it. It's totally transformed not only my life being retired, but also transformed my trading and consistency. So definitely an edge here. What else can you do? You guys ever been a premium seller? And why I say that is a premium seller has a higher risk profile, right? So you're risking so much more money to make pennies, technically. But we have premium sellers that really love iron condors and credit spreads and so forth. And what could you do with that with automation? Well, you can make that finite line. I got a doctor's appointment. I need to go. And you'll see these zero DTE traders never leave the computer screen when they got a trade on. And guess what? You get something that gets breached. You're at the doctor's office. How do I know this? Because it's happened to me. You're at the doctor's office and you're sweating because the internet is, you got all those machines at the doctor's office, and for whatever reason, your internet's not great. Using their internet, it's not great. And, one side of your iron condor is being breached and volatility starts coming into the market and you are just sweating bullets trying to close that half of the trade. If you've ever had that happen to you, hit that subscribe and like button. All right, premium sellers. By the way, that's another good thing about condors. If you don't have the risk profile for premium selling, you can do condors and debit spreads instead. So you're buying this strategy. All you can lose is what you paid for the strategy, and really can give you peace of mind as you learn your skill set. So, but what you can do with automation when you're going to the doctor's office sweating bullets is you can actually just program and say, hey, look, what's my risk amount? $500. Hey, this wing right here is about $500, or, well, it's fluctuating right now, but it's pretty close. Could I just automate a close of this condor when it gets to 64.39? Could I just close that one side of the condor, right? Could I turn this into a butterfly or a broken wing butterfly if it breaches that wing? Absolutely, right? You can do a whole bunch of stuff, and all you need to do is learn how to do automation. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed our lessons today. It was fun seeing you guys. I think Paulo is one of our lead coaches at tradingmadesimple.org. He and I switch back and forth on Benzinga. I really would love your comments about Paulo. If you watch this show, please email me, Sandra at tradingmadesimple.org, and we'll see you next Friday.